welcome back, everyone. Hello and welcome back. It's time for us to get back into Timberborn, an Iron Teeth run on the map Pressure, which is definitely keeping us under pressure, that's for sure. Definitely keeping us under pressure. A lot of struggles, a lot of panicked moments, but we're doing okay so far, I think. I think we're doing all right. The biggest thing we need to do is deal with this. This problem here is corrupting all of the space, which is no good. We need to get this sorted because we're missing almost a quarter of our arable land. Not great. How's it going, Sky Tigers? How you doing today? How's it going, Trizak? How you doing, Solar? Hello, hello, hello. Let's go. Let's just start up at slow speed. Oh my goodness, what's the odds of that? It's immediately a drought. Okay. We got a lot of beavers right now, actually. We've gotten ourselves down to only one breeding pond to kind of slow the growth of our population here. Food is a big problem. Food's a huge problem. What do we need for these? It's only one metal for the floor thing. We have 7. Can I use it here? Would that be usable? Where's the contaminated water at? It's directly underneath. Okay, well. Huh. Oh, this is the irrigation barrier. Sorry, it's not metal. That's the one. The impermeable floor is the metal one. This one. So we can definitely make it. We have the material for it. I don't know if this is actually gonna help. Looks like here. What if we did this? We don't have the science. We can't even do it. It's not even something we can think about. We don't even have what we need. Well, that's not good. Oh no, Sky Tigers, you got an ear infection. That's not good. Hopefully it clears up soon. And you don't have like an incessant ringing going on. It's not good at all. There's like, you bring word from the Capybara contingent. Oh my goodness. They request a hot spring in exchange for an alliance with the upcoming Beaver Wars. In the upcoming Beaver Wars. We need to get a hot spring online then. I don't know if we can get one going in time here, Trizak. We need to go and deal with all this corruption here first. We have a couple of corrupted beavers. We have a handful of unmanned things, which those are all perfectly fine. They don't have to be manned. And this stuff's exploding in a couple of days, but I think we solved this already, right? This will go here to here, and we've already done, yeah, full blockage. Okay, so we don't, okay, so we're already ahead of the explosions here, so that's fine. Don't have to worry about that. That's good. Good gracious, this is a problem. So where are we at with this? We have this online. You don't see it right now because it's all under the water. But we're working on building this, which needs gears, plates. Oh my goodness, we need 60 metal parts. Okay, it's going to be a bit. So we just have to survive for a while. And the hardest part's just the food. We're doubled up on these at least. And we're harvesting full time right now, which is good. As long as if it's a short drought, we'll be fine. If it's a long drought, we're going to be in a lot of trouble here. We just don't have stockpiled food at all. And a lot of our arable land is just not arable. It's actually really bad. The goal was to try and get more of this to be, you know, food. But we can't grow on it now. So we need to go and get bombs set up. And then we can get over here and we can bomb this and get this going. So we might as well get the project for access down here done, right? Let's just get this done. We can at least have this lined up, right? And we'll just walk over here. So we'll at least have access to this. That's good. How do you get rid of the infected area? What we need to do is we need to remove the place where the infected water is even coming from. So the infected water is coming down here into this lower zone here and contaminating this zone. The other option is we could try and tunnel through. Right? And have it so it can just drain this way. Because this all over here, this all comes out here and drains out here. All that water comes out this way. So you can see it all drains here. And this is where, and we're pulling water from here. This is where we pull water from. So if we could like detonate a line somewhere here, that would fix that problem. And we can at least have it drain, so it won't be as bad. The problem is because it's completely filled the upper chamber up here. Right? Here's the bottom floor. This upper chamber is flooded, and that's the real problem. That's why this is now all contaminated. So, I mean, that'd be a way to fix it. Carrying logs. Where are you carrying logs to? We still have underground projects. All the way down. Which one are you working on? Is it this one? Yeah, it's this project. Okay. Yeah, it's still a perfectly fine project for them to work on. Speed up time a bit. Gracious. But yeah, the food's the real problem here. So we're gonna curb the amount of population we have and go from there. Hope for the best. Definitely need to just pull all the water we can. Drought's in a couple of days and we don't have enough gears just lying around. We really need to get some gears stored. So then we can start building more water storage. I want more water storage. I would like a lot more water storage if we could get it. Unfortunately, during the drought, all of our production here is going to really slow down because we're going to have to use the this wheel. We can pause that for a couple more days, actually. He doesn't have to work on that. We have plenty of logs. We're still pulling in logs. It's just all the other jobs. They're very slow right now. Let a little more water out, which will get these churning a little bit faster. At least for now. Yeah, all of our beavers are super hungry. They're waking up in the morning and they're going through berries now, which is not ideal. That's definitely not something we want. Okay, so we're going to have these guys both prioritize. We'll have haulers prioritize carrying from here. It's fine. We don't need to prioritize hauling. What am I talking about? Let's have them prioritize harvesting over planting right now. Just so we can get a bit of a stockpile and stop having people be quite so hungry. Well, we already have one going here. We just need a couple more gears and maybe we can stock some more water. That would be huge if we could. That would be a top priority. This guy is still hollowing out the mangrove trees. We can go and get this on. We can at least go and harvest these mangroves. That'd be nice. I'll put a staircase here. We could do that. That'd be cool. We also definitely need to get a one high floodgate here. So we'll do that when we can. Just to have, just in case, for whatever reason. You know. Yeah, all the mangroves here, we just can't grow any that are going to stay alive. Not ideal. We'll get it sorted, though. Is that the new layered thing? I'm a little confused on what you mean by layered thing. We've got these trees here. We've got mangrove trees, which we can get wood from, or we can go ahead and get little extra fruits from. And so what we're going to try and get right now is pull some fruits. It'll help with food. These should be able to stay alive because they aren't contaminated. These died of contamination, but these are still alive and healthy. So they should be fine, and we should be able to use them at least through a portion of the drought. We'll just have to turn this gathering flag on and off as we go. Okay, beavers are doing fine so far. Well, yes, right, we're also working on this bad water project. We've got a bunch of projects we're working on. Low priority. We just need them to spend time working, I guess. That's all we gotta do. Where you can show the underground stuff? Yeah. Yeah, that's us being able to scoot all the way down here so we can see the underground projects that we have queued up. We're currently working on the second layer of this. Just need to build these 3. And then it'll just lock in all water coming from over here. So this can slowly evaporate over time. Bad water. Also, we don't need this here anymore, so we are going to empty it. Turn this on. Turn off the lumberjack. Turn off the lumberjack. We'll add 3 guys on here. We'll get up to full speed. So we should still have 1 researcher. Something else is low priority. Maybe it's this one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll have these guys just on the wheel of paint in here, giving us power. Because we need to go full industry right now. Full on industry mode's what we need. We can slow this back down and let ourselves fill up the pond. Actually, we're going to completely turn this off. Yep, those are going to explode in a moment. It's fine. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. We'll see in a second. Our power output is half of the demand. So all of our industry is running at 50% speed, but it's acceptable. It'll get us through it. We just need to slowly build more material. We could probably stop some of these, like the treated planks. We could probably turn off for a minute. But we need to get a lot of metal parts and a bunch of gears and planks piled up. How's it going, Loading Personality? How are you doing today? It's good to see you again. Welcome back. Yeah, let's go. Let's just pause this one. This one requires a lot of power to run. This workshop here is 250 power. So now we're nearing max capacity, max power output with just 3 of them on here. So with 4, we should be able to do it. It's going good. You was at a wedding party. It was wild. Nice. Always fun. Okay, we're gonna need to fully block these off. We're gonna completely fill up our reservoir as much as we can here before the drought hits. Full reservoir height, please. All the way up to 1 meter. All the way up to 1 meter. Pretty good. We only overflowed a little bit. Only ever so slightly overflowed. We'll just pull that water out here. We are going to pause you guys now. Actually, we can leave this one going. Still pull out a little more water. Once we're no longer flooded, we'll turn it off. We can pump a little bit more. Pause you. There's still some water here before it all drains out. This is draining all the way out here. But a 17-day drought's going to be kind of rough. 17-day drought's going to be a little rough here. Again, food's the biggest concern. You back on planting. Need to get planting again. We got a handful to still eat. We just need to not pull any water for as long as we can. But the problem is, I think we only have like 10 days worth of stored water. No, we've got almost 20 days worth of stored water. We're fine. I think we're okay. We should have enough stored water. Yeah, we're pulling the last bit of water out. There's almost no water left in here. Grab every last bit of drops that we can. We'll go from there. The rest of that's just building. Building, building, building. We got an extra beaver. It's nice. Power supply is more or less meeting demand. Mostly. Most of the way there. Once this is fully drained, I'll turn these two off, and that'll give us 2 more beavers. That's nice. We don't need any more lumberjacks right now, so we can hold off on that. We can go ahead and get... let's unlock haulers. Let's let them haul again. Get beavers on hauling. Let a few more hauling spots. We want to keep getting research going, too. We still need to do a lot of building. You doubt easy prevents you from game UI stuff? Yeah, I don't think it would. Can you look at the underground stuff in easy mode, or is it just in difficulty? No, you can do it in any mode. Yeah. Difficulty just, the higher the difficulty just makes you start with less resources and have the drought and bad tide cycles start sooner and last longer sooner. That's all. Yeah, there's not much we can do with these guys right now. We'll just do all of our wood cutting down here for now. If we need logs, but right now we really don't. We're pretty much maxed out on logs. Especially because we want to start pulling these logs out. We got haulers to start removing them. We don't need to stockpile them over there anymore. We're doing okay there. Yeah, it's above average. Oh, this does require metal parts too, doesn't it? Metal parts and gears. This one's at least online. Okay, there's no longer any water, so we will pause both of these pumps. We can have those beavers work on hauling. Help things get moved around. That's good. We just need a lot of industry work done. A lot of building. A lot of building, a lot of research. And we're staying on top of food right now, which is good. So long as we have water, it'll be fine. The only problem is, I don't know how long that's gonna last. I don't know how long we're gonna have water on hand. It's not good. Good boy. I'm trying to think what else we can get done here. To kind of like prepare, or are we just gonna have to sit, twiddle our thumbs, hope for the best as the drought kind of moves along? We do have some water in the seep. So if we wanted to, we could put a deep water pump here and have one person run really far away and just grab a little extra water. At least for the moment. I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna make this a high priority job. Let's get this done. There's only a little bit of water in here, but let's go ahead and let's grab what water we can. It doesn't hurt. It should be enough for we might get another day's worth of water out of that container before it all evaporates. So let's go ahead and grab that if we can. Let's go up to speed 3. And luckily that means they can go grab this the 12 from here to go and build this. That's good. Well, it blows up. Get ready. Here we go. It's gonna be so exciting because well, it doesn't do anything until the drought's over. It's gonna blow this up, but that's kind of all that happens for the moment. Come on. Boom. So now, oh, there's the bad water that was sealed inside is now allowed out. It's kind of funny. It's leaking the wrong way. This means that now this here can then push down and flood into this. There you go. How's it going, Espada? How are you doing today? You want to know why beaver teeth are like orange-brown? I don't know. Why are beaver teeth orange-brown? You have time to get them on this. Go from there. Yeah, neat. 3 in a row. Sadly, these blueberries are dead. Would have been nice to have, you know, just a little extra. Is our blueberry storage actually maxed? It is. We actually have max blueberry storage currently. We went a little crazy with trying to store these. We can turn one of these into an extra blueberry storage. At least for now, so we can at least keep collecting blueberries. Any food is food right now. The teeth have iron. That would make sense. Like full-blown, like iron. Huh. So when people say, like, you know, you gotta drink milk because it's good for your bones. Instead, for beavers, it's you gotta chew on hunks of metal so you can get your iron intake up. Let's focus on collecting, please. Everything here that we were just planting can now be mass collected, so we're staying on top of food. We don't have a great stockpile of it, but we're at least staying on top of it. Oh my goodness, our evaporation rate is pretty bad. We're 4 days into the drought, and we're down. So we're going like oh my goodness. Going down about like 0.1 per day. This can be really bad. This could turn out to be pretty bad. Okay. So we do have a beaver that's pulling out water here. We'll just keep an eye on this. It's a high priority beaver job. We'll prioritize haulers over here so they can start pulling some water out. And once this is done, we'll just pause this. Once it's pulled all the water it can. We need to get haulers over here to pull out that water. There we go. Wow, they can carry 14 water in one go. That's kind of crazy. Quite nice. Yeah, we might actually be in a lot of trouble here. We might have too many beavers. We only have one baby. We're 5 days in, because it was a 17-day drought, I think, right? We're 5 days in, so not quite a third, and we're already down a third of our storage, our water storage. Used to play base for high priority beavers. Ultra priority. Okay, go and replant. Back on planting. Okay, this is about the last bit of the water here. We're pretty much out. But I'm hoping we got like maybe an extra day's worth of water out of that. Now, worst case scenario. Actually, we can pull water out of here. If we can if we rebuild this this pump, and we pause the pump. Hold on a second. I just need to make sure we do this right. Have we finished the underground project? We have. There's no longer any underground projects. So if we delete this, oh wait, I think I see what the problem is. Oh, wrong one. I see what the problem is. This needs to be blocked. We need to block that. That's why we're draining so fast. It's because it's replenishing all the water below. That's why we're already at 50. That's pretty bad. But this now means this is a high priority project, and we can pull water out of here. So at least we'll have the water to survive. We won't die of thirst, but we might still die of hunger. I'm hoping me realizing this and blocking this now will at least solve this problem for a minute. Yeah, there's more water on this end than there is on this end. So we're just going to leave this one closed. We're going to leave that fully closed. We're not opening this up. If this water gets used first, it's fine. Actually, we can drain this water first, too, because it's not going to affect anything else. We're going to start by using this pump to try and just supplement our water needs. Soon, we can probably turn these pumps on. Let's just get ahead of it. It's not going to do us any good. Yeah, let's turn these pumps on. We're going to pump out this section here. So this is all going to get dry here, and it's going to suck, but it's fine. These things are drought resistant enough, at least for the trees that are currently alive. We're going to grab all the water we can here. Can we harvest bad water? Worst case, we can try and harvest a little bit from bad water. Pause this job. We've actually gained a little bad water. Look at that. The thing is, we need to go and find a place where a lot of bad water is stored. It's not a bad water tide right now, so we can't take advantage of it. But otherwise, we could try and pull some out of bad water. We can at least pull a little extra. So we're going to get a little more life out of this. I think we just barely will have enough water. The biggest thing here is if we're going to have enough food. We're really struggling on food. I kind of need beavers to die of old age. I kind of need some beavers to die of old age here. We're still producing as much as we can. We will get this lumber post back online as we're getting through a lot of our lumber here. That's now empty, so we can at least go ahead and reclaim the lumber there. And we can pause this job as it's now empty. We're gonna beaver go work somewhere else. Pause that job too. Get beavers working on more important stuff. If I built another one of these, I think it would still be beneficial if we built another one. So I think I'm going to build just a temporary one right here, real quick. And we'll have it prioritize harvesting, because we're not harvesting fast enough. The faster we harvest, the faster we can replant, and the sooner they can start regrowing. So we're going to get that going right now. Okay, this is nearly empty. Okay. Also, can deep water run out? Yeah. Okay. So with that, these jobs are now done. It's now dry down here, and that's fine. We did what we had to. That gave us a little extra water. So we have enough water to get by. The big thing now is just the food. So we have 2 of these guys harvesting, and we have 1 of these guys planting. That should be enough for us to get by. So long as we don't run out of water, we'll be okay. And we have enough berries for a couple of days. So I think we're just barely going to make it through the 17-day drought. But we need to get a better setup here. We got to go sort this out. Urgently. Urgently need to get this dealt with. I don't think we need more metal right now, so we'll turn off the smelter. Parts. Oh, we're only 10 parts off. That's good. Oh, actually, we do need more scrap. Completely out of scrap. So the scrap is now a higher priority job. We need someone to go do some scrapping. And then we just need a bunch of planks and a bunch of gears. Because we're still consuming gears in production right now. Yeah, we still need 14 gears on this. We're still consuming gears. I want us to get to the point in which we're able to stockpile gears. We'll get there soon. So how will we ensure we have water? One of the things is that we are able to pull the deep water down here. So we are pulling water out from down here right now. So as you can see, it's like we're slowly draining this level here. So we have plenty of water. The problem is we don't have a lot of spots that can pull out from down there. If I go and I delete this whole walkway, we can get a second one online like we had before. But I don't exactly want to do that right now. So I think we'll be okay on water. Worst case, we can go ahead and set up the other one and then rebuild our staircase down there. We lose some material, but it's predominantly just wood and planks, which it's not that bad. We have plenty. Game is auto-saved. We're still getting plenty of food, so food we're fine on. We're fine on, so we can continue to collect food for another 3, maybe 4 days if we're lucky. 3 to 4 days if we're lucky. Meanwhile, we're just continuing to work on building our industrial setup. What happens if we run out of water? Oh, we die of thirst. The colony collapses. We definitely need more stuff, but to get that, we need to get more advanced. More advancement is super required for us to better defend our little colony here. We just need a lot of water. I want to get a fermenter online. I want us to start making other foods. And this would fit here perfectly if I wasn't blocking that off. I guess we can make another extension to build off here. Fermenter. We need to go and rebuild this whole zone at some point, but we're going to need a lot of stockpiled materials before we can go and rebuild. So instead, we'll probably have to go and start building somewhere else for our industrial setup. Steam engines, I think, are the big thing that we need. But again, we just need a lot more water storage. What do we need for the big storage? Oh, okay. We have enough knowledge. We just need the gears. Gears are our biggest bottleneck, but if we can get gears going, that could be pretty good. Explosives, low priority. All right, we're starting to work on explosives. So we're just about to get working on this. It's bad water to make explosives. We get 3 explosives. We set up these 3. We detonate down. We blockade it off. We then open up this levee here. Right? We open up the levee here. We destroy this levee, and then we destroy, like, we open up this levee. We let all this bad water flush out, so we need to stockpile a little bit of clean water first. And then there should be no more dirty water ever getting into this zone. And then we just don't need to rebuild this levee. And that's fine. Because what we can then do... Oh, you know what? That would be pretty cool. Because then this reservoir here would automatically drain down there, I guess, if we open this back up. If we wanted to. But instead we'll just use it as a like a long-term reservoir. You know? This can just be extra reservoir space down here, just like this has been. And we can have the 2 pumps going. So that'll give us a lot of deep water reservoir. We can keep pumping water to drink. It just isn't going to help us with planted water, or stuff for planting. All right, I think we have just enough to get by the last bit of the drought here, but it's still going to be tight on water here. Can you filter bad water? No, there's a little bit of good water in all bad water, which is nice. But that's about it. How deep is this? It's relatively deep down here. Maybe I should have built this a little further back. We could draw some more. That's fine. We'll start pulling bad water again in a bit here. We'll get dynamite going very, very soon. Should have 1 explosive. Have we already, like, planted it? We did! 1 explosive. Nice. Very nice. Okay. And again, once this project is done, this area will be arable again, and we can go ahead and get stuff going. Oh, they can't reach that now. All right. That's it. We delete you so that these guys can now actually reach over here because they have the path to get over there now. Just need to get here in a day and change. We're not going to get water in time to save these crops. So the food that we have is the food that we have. But we have enough food for, I think, 4 or 5 days. So we should be okay. There's a little bit of clean water still underground that we're pulling. But we're getting real close. Yeah, we still have plenty of water down here. We've only removed half. Okay. Yeah, we're going to want to get a second one set up here. We need to finish our underground work so we can go ahead and set this up for collection. So we can collect water during these droughts. We won't be able to do it during bad times, but at least during droughts. And bad times, we can get a tiny bit of water. So that'll work. We can do that. But we're cutting it real close with the water right now. All right, one more day. One more day. All right, we got the little gears going. So I think we've built everything. Everything's built now. Yeah, all of our buildings are built. All the things we were working on. Now we're just stockpiling materials. So we're stockpiling more metal parts. We're stockpiling... actually, we should get some more treated planks going soon. But gears are the big one. If we can get ourselves 60 gears, we can get a mega storage container. Which would be very nice. And then we can remove this and put a big storage container here next to this medium one. We can put a large one. Right? We can go ahead and get this large boy right here. And then we'll have a lot more storage. We'll be in a lot better shape. We just need to get to it. Our drought cycle's over. This is now fully open. This is now fully open. This is now down to 8. This is still fully up. And this one over here can be brought down to 0.8. Oh. Yeah, just barely not watered soon enough. Sadly. Okay. Food's fine. Water's coming in. We're immediately going to restart all of our other pumps. So we just barely made it. In this water seep, we can actually pull extra water if we care. I really want to get the... We'll be dynamiting this out soon. Once we finish this project, we can then dynamite this out, so then the water seep we can have flow water through with a flow valve. We can use a flow valve for that, so that's gonna be really nice. And then we'll have this area to grow again, and we'll have extra water stored here. So we're almost in a good state. Very, very close. We do need the bad water now, though. So it's finally now in a place that we can collect it. That's good. Collect the bad water, create dynamite. We're gonna need at least a little stockpile. How much can we stockpile in here? We can stockpile 5. That's enough. That should be fine. Nice. Mostly this place that's not working. Let me just pause these. The forester, again, there's not much reason for us to have that forester online. We can just leave this one down here for us to keep getting lumber. Say okay. Alright, gears are up to 32, so it's pretty good. Again, we just need to double that number. And we should be able to get this storage. 80 planks. Oh, we had a bad tide in 3 days. That's not great. That's unfortunate. So we need to get our water storage completely filled as fast as we can here. We're just gonna turn this on. It's a long run for someone to go over here and do this work in the morning, but you know what? We just need extra water right now. Turn the hauling post back on. So get that rolling. Make it all required material. No one's working on this. This is a medium job now. We need to go and do dynamite production. We've got 63, which would be 12-ish. So yeah, we can pause this now. Pause that job. Alright, we have plenty. And actually, they pulled a little extra out from moves in here. That's fine. Oh, game autosave. Nice. Prayer test by haulers. Yeah. Okay. Good. He's hauling a little bit of water back. We'd like to see it. We don't know how long the bad tide's going to be, so we really want to get fully filled. If we can get ourselves all the way up to, 9:30, that'd be grand. A full fill would be great. We got to deal with this contaminated water. All right, that's 2. Need 1 more. We're going to need a couple of dynamites for it, too, though. So it's not just going to be the one. We need a couple of them. We need to go a couple layers deep. All right, food's back coming back in. That's great. So we're going to just do this again. Focusing on harvest, focus on planting. Good. Urgent production. Build this thing quickly. Look at all this food coming in. We need another person to help out. The mangrove. I mean, it's extra food and keeps people happy. But I'd like to put you on other jobs for a minute. We can get on this soon. When bad water hits, we're gonna have to change up the way we're doing stuff here. These 3 pumps can still be pumping though. When that happens. Alright, we have 2 spare dynamite currently. I don't want to wait until we have like 10 on hand. Okay, we didn't get up to the 900 I wanted, but at least we're past 700, so that's good. Pretty good point. We just need a little more work. All right. Max fill. Max fill. We're going to fill up as much as we can here. We're going to pause these pumps. Pumps are now paused. Okay. As soon as we get that, we do this. And this. So now we're going to pull water only from below. As much of the regular water as we can. And eventually we'll try and pull anything out of the bad water we can. But it's a 22-day bad tide, which is going to be pretty rough here. This is going to be a little rough. But we aren't going to have seepage like we had before. So we should have 17 days before this whole thing empties out, I think. We should be fine. Yeah, we're going to pause this job. He can come over here and grab us some more water as well. It's an option, but it's fine for now. Okay. So gears are on the way, so we'll get that big storage soon. Contaminated beaver, injured beaver. Oh, the contamination. Yep, so all this stuff gets contaminated from the underground water source, sadly. So it's going to affect even more of our crop space. Which is why we need all of these guys focusing on farming right now. We badly need them on it. We are starting to lose some people from old age, which is, it's unfortunate, but it's good, because it means we don't need as much food. Keep everyone going. Okay, so we have 5. So let's go ahead and blow the load here. Let's blow this load of dynamite. Okay. That's 1. So next we need another round of dynamite. We need 2 more things of dynamite. 2 more rounds of dynamite. So we need 6 dynamite to finish this project. Hopefully. Hopefully it's just 6 and we've got it done. And then we can get rid of the bad water. Because then we can just drain it. We have enough for a 3 high. Research a 3 high? Yeah, we've actually got a lot of science coming in. We could even use the mechanical pump if we wanted to, but since we don't really need to, we're not going to do that. So we just need dynamite in here. All right, 1, 2, 3, perfect, okay. We already have another 5 prepped, perfect. Detonate. Okay, this should be the last time we need to detonate down. And I'm really hoping we're on the right spot. Yeah, we are. Okay, this is the last round of dynamite we need to blow. The last round of dynamite to go. And then we just need to chuck some levees down there, and we should have our problem solved. The problem is when we put in the levees, we're probably going to get more contaminated beavers. So after that, we need to start looking at getting a centrifuge online and getting less injured beavers. Let's start curing beavers. I have to take 2 of them off of this, just so we stay on top of other jobs and projects. Stay on top of it. All right, here we go. All right, detonate. It should flood us here. Okay. Perfect, okay. Yep, that's the spot. So now we should be able to put levees here. And that should solve our problem. So this should fix everything, but it is going to contaminate some beavers. Used to play bass for the contaminated beavers. They're a pretty sick metal band, you know? And now I really, really hope that this isn't going to overflow down here, and I don't think it will. But I really need us to get on this. So we're going to completely pull everyone from other important jobs into hauling for a second here. Try and get this done. As quickly as we can. We're just gonna get everyone over here. We're gonna get a lot of sick beavers. We should be able to haul this quickly. 9 unstaffed jobs. Where are the beavers? Okay, not that one. This one. Buildy beavers, get over here and build. I'm getting nervous with the height of the water. I don't know how high it's gonna go. I'm pretty sure we're safe, but I'm actually a little concerned. Because it's pooling fast right now. It's pooling really fast. Okay, that one's done. 1.5 left. Is this still gaining in height? Oh, jeez, it is. Wait, no, it's not. Yeah, it is. 100% is. I'm getting worried. Beavers, fix it. 1 left. 1 more. Okay, and then just build it. Whoop, boom, done. Okay, and it's blocked all flow. Perfect. All right, so that's done. It is contaminated some more stuff, and it was raising a little scarily high, but done. Okay, so that's sorted. So now what we can do is we can now delete this, grab everything here. The builders, we can now pause this. And then back to whatever jobs they were doing. We have 7 unwell beavers. So that's the thing I'm worried about now. So now we're going to have a beaver worker shortage. But, hey, what you going to do, right? We did what we had to. Okay. And then we'll delete this levee. Then we're going to put a triple gate here. Grab that last log, perfect. Okay, good. We'll put a triple gate here. At full bottom. Have it opened all the way. We'll get this done. And then with this built, we'll be able to completely drain this whole zone. And all we have to do is delete this one levee, and it should drain everything out of here. And then we can delete this levee, and it should drain everything out of here. And then you can rebuild them later if we choose to. But I want to make sure we have this built first. 16 days. Ooh, we are burning through our water. Food's fine, water is not fine. We're not pulling any contaminated water out, it seems. We're not pulling any water out of the contaminated water. So we're going to drain this pool then. We're going to drain this pool. We'll leave this one for crops. We're going to drain this pool. I don't want it to disappear from evaporation. We're going to drain it now. Okay. So now that this is done, I should be able to delete that and let this rush out. Right, so now if we jump here, yeah, it is draining its overall height. Okay, it is going down. Perfect, okay. So we're draining this whole zone. And just like that, this is no longer corrupt. Look, all the corruption's receding. We fixed it. All right, so we can now grow over here again. So food should be fine. Again, we're not doing a lot of good variety of food, but we're doing okay. We're doing okay. How's it going, Bernie Bear? How you doing today? Welcome. We've just solved one of our problems. We should now be able to permanently grow here. So food, at least for the moment, should no longer be a problem. We've also lost a lot of them to old age, so we're going to need to go and a couple more of these online. So this should be solved for the moment, for now, at least. All right, so for the moment, we should be okay. And again, I'm thinking we kind of change over. But delete this. You can hit everything, nearly everything. If I scoot you over, if we move this stuff, if we have this be the only place that we get lumber, we unpause this job. We can have like, go to the cut zone. If we just remove like, I don't know. We just have it so we don't cut those trees. Oh, we should definitely be cutting these trees. But if we have it where we don't cut those trees, then we can at least have this guy on whenever we need to, and we can just finish cutting this zone. Turn this flag on. We're going to finish cutting this. This guy was putting mangroves in. I'm not sure what we can do about that with the bad tide. We'll have to see. I see you have dynamite? Yes, we got dynamite. You should invest those into deepening water ponds by a level. That way you can pump longer during droughts and bad tides. Or evaporation hits, yes. The problem is, with this map, it's kind of tough to do that. One level down here puts us in trouble. So we can't really do that on this floor. But we're going to change this whole thing is going to all be clean water. That's our goal. This whole thing should be clean water. That is our objective. So we're going to go ahead and remove this now. We don't need it anymore. It served its purpose. Go clear that out. And then we should now... we need to look at dynamiting this way. We're going to go ahead and set it up to dynamite this way. And then if we just put a flow valve here, I think the flow valve... I think we can have it be where the flow valve only pushes clean water down, I think. Let's actually skip this one for a second here. So we can test. Or fill valve, excuse me. So if we put the fill valve here, now the material for, we make it unlimited. And we use a contamination sensor. And then we automate you off the contamination sensor. So our first bit of automation. So if contamination is less than 1%, turn on. And doing that should make it that only clean water moves through forever. So it should have it set only when there's clean water located at this one source, it'll let any water through. And then we can just break this down into here, and then we can put another valve here to then, when this hits a certain level of low, drop more in. And I think we'll be okay once we do that. Can we get this last tree over here? We're gonna change all of this to farmland. We need to kind of change this, move this stuff around here too. These mangroves might not, they just might not be working for us right now. You might need to go and redo this. Food's fine. Water, we're not okay on water. Or maybe we are just perfectly okay on water. 10 days drought, or 10 days till we get good water. 300 water, 28 beavers. I think that means it's 3 water per day per beaver, right? So I think we have 10 days worth of water left. We can always pull out a little bit last minute if we have to. But we're cutting it close again. But once this is online, we should be a-okay. Height off. Oh, height off is 0. Height on is full. Off is 0. But no water through when at 0. Unlimited quantity otherwise. So we'll see if this works. It'll be fine. You would advise setting the contamination level to something more like 3 to 5%. Otherwise, the valve will hardly ever open because it takes ages for contamination to get to 0. Yeah, I just wanted to do this like for now so we don't have high amounts of contamination, but I think you're right. We'll probably need to accept a tiny bit of contaminated water. I think you're right. I'm hoping we can hold off though. I'm hoping we can just let this be a test run and see what happens. But we'll see. Okay, so that's okay, all this is done. So we're gonna get rid of you. We're gonna get rid of you. We're gonna get rid of you, and we're gonna get rid of the grinding wheel. We're gonna go and put a new grinding wheel somewhere else. And we'll put one here, it's fine. Put a grinding wheel there, let's get rid of that one. And this is for the mangrove. Still, there's not much here for us. Get rid of that. We'll get rid of this one. go ahead and clear out the paths here. We're going to need a new stockpile for logs. And we need one closer to where we're actually lumbering, is the thing. Where we do all the lumberjack work. Which means, honestly... why don't we just do this? Well, there's no huge stockpile that you can use with these guys. Have that just be logs. Thanks, we're almost full on planks too. Good. So in that case, let's actually just pause planks. Have people work on this stuff. We're really low on beavers right now. So water, man, we're going through water faster than I expected. Oh, we don't have any bad water. That's the problem. Okay. We have a population problem. Bring it down by 2. What jobs aren't being worked on? Bad water pump, we do need someone on. Explosives factory, we'd like to have someone on. Gear factory, we can just pause that for now. Inventors are fine. Metalsmith and scavenger, we can just turn those off. So we need to turn off one more. We can turn off the forester for now. That should get us what we need. We'll get the forester back on later. The area where you just built the stockpile on stilts would be one basin that seems ideal for lowering by a level. We can kind of do it, but not entirely do it. And the reason being is that that's where the underground water is. So we could lower this section, but we can't lower this section. So we can maybe lower a bit, but not too much if we do. Right, we need explosives. We need bombs right now. Yeah, we're in trouble. We don't have enough water. We're not able to pull any water out of the bad water here. There's no good water for us. We need drinking water over anything else. We're gonna start pumping this final storage here. That's all we got. We might be in a lot of trouble here with water. We have 7 days. We have to get through this in 7 days. We're gonna have to pause these breeding pods as well. We're just gonna pull all the water out. Focus exclusively on harvesting, guys. Or exclusively on harvesting. Oopsies, exclusively on harvesting, guys. Not planting, harvest. Harvest, only harvest. We're gonna grab all the remaining water we can. I think we might be in trouble here. I'm gonna start emptying this out. I just need this to work. So this is now empty. So here's the thing. If we see clean water in here, we know it works the way we want it to. And then we can have more water go. And then from that, we can then get more water, right? I thought we were able to pull some bad water out of, some clean water out of bad water. Is that not a thing? Was it just that there was some clean water in the bad water and that's why we were able to grab it before, but not now? That might be the case. We have 6 days, only 100 water. We're supplementing as much as we can, but we're out. We are completely out of water. I think we lose. I think we starve, or we die of thirst. I don't know if there's anything we can do. There's no clean water anywhere. We should have grabbed what we could have. Well, actually, this was all dirty water by the time we noticed. Okay, we're all out. That's it. If I raise this a little, can we actually pump anything out of here? Anything? No. There's literally no water. No supplemental backup water. I think we die of thirst. You should set up a watering station at the seep. We had one there for a minute. We did have one there for a minute. There was one there for a quick minute. Amount of clean water and bad water is negligible. One beaver will have to pump for 24 hours to get 1 unit of clean water, but he gets 2.5 units per day. Needs 2.5 units per day to survive. Yeah. We're going to put him on shorter work days, because I think they use less water and food if that's the case, but we're out. we are out. That's it. Right as we finally get this system set up. Right as we finally get the system set up. Oh, man. That's not good. We can't use those pumps. Go do something else. You can't do your job. Go do something else. These guys are dying of drying, so they'll be fine in a couple days. Go do something else that's, you know, useful or beneficial, or get some work done here or there. Whatever you can do, do the thing, because we just have to survive for 3.5 days now. So this is where you could have exiled some of the population to have enough adults to pull more water, but not die of thirst. Yeah, I probably should have, but we didn't. What we'll probably end up doing is we'll just reload an old save. We'll just start from the beginning of the day. That's what we can do. Because all the autosaves would have had us stuck within this space of failure. And we'll just need to start on this project earlier. This project here was not as critical as this project. This project's more important. Breeding pods paused at 95%. Yeah, that's the other thing I do need to do. I do need to get this thing paused at 95%. How's it going, Scholarly Potato? How are you doing today? Why no water? Miscalculation of storage quantities required. Didn't quite get it in time. Unfortunately. Another log storage here. Okay. Let's put another log storage here. Might as well keep working on stuff in the meantime, yeah? Yeah, realistically now it's just hoping that we have a couple of... We really just need a few beavers to survive. If we can have like 4 beavers survive, not contaminated beavers, but 4 adult beavers survive, we can probably turn this around. True or false? Timberborn 1.0 equals 10 out of 10. True is the only correct answer. It is an amazing game. The 1.0 update is pretty incredible, and we still haven't done with everything yet. There's still some stuff with the iron teeth we haven't played with yet. But I'm really enjoying this game. It's really good. So we're gonna start having people dying of thirst in about a day here. We'll have this one going. It's the only job that matters. So as we start losing people, we'll start pausing all other jobs. We have enough food for a small population. We only need water. Leave these 3 on, actually. Well, no, let's leave this one up all the way, and we can turn these ones back on instead. Okay, 1 day. About a day and a half, honestly. We actually leave this all the way down if we want. And we can leave this at 0.8. And move that at 1. That is fine. A couple people died of old age before they ended up dying of thirst. That's kind of nice. You get to die of old age before then. Yeah, we're playing pressure. Have you dynamited the trough? Yes. We sorted that out. There's a little bit of water still on it, but we've blocked it. So that's how we're able to... This is why this is now arable. We just need to clean it out now. Okay, 0.3 days. Come on, guys. Just survive... Well, I need you to survive, ideally, 1 full additional day. Honestly. Is what I really need you to do. Survive 1 full day, and then we're good. 1 full day. 1 more day. Just 1 more day. And then we've got this. I need 1 more day out of you. Alright, we're on a 24-hour shift. We're going to have everyone focused on water. We're starting to pump water. We have water. Water has been acquired. And then we max this out. Water's being worked on. No one's died of thirst yet. We're still pumping the water. We're waiting for the water to get to a high enough height here. So we've made it a day, so an extra day. We might just barely make it. Oh my goodness, if we can make it, that'd be crazy. Next is for us to build big, huge water storage containers. And it worked. It's worked. Massive. All right, let's get this bad boy going. Super critical job, get on it. I just need a builder to go get that. We get that built, we get some extra water. That water can get flooding down here. And we can start slowly, you know, dealing with this contaminated water. No one's died of dehydration yet, so that's good. It's still filling the lower reservoir right now. This lower reservoir is still being filled as it's backfilling all this stuff. There we go. Water's coming up. These pumps can now start working. Get that down. This pump can start working now. So we've got 6 pumps. It should work. Meanwhile, because it's a dam here, it should have all clean water all rush this way. All clean water should all be drained. And so we're just going to flood this here with nice clean water. Okay. We managed to survive with 1 person dying of thirst. I can't believe it. I honestly thought we were going to lose almost everyone. I thought we were going to lose pretty much everyone here. Okay, our next project is getting food dealt with. So food is the next project, and then centrifuge. So food, then centrifuge. Those are the things we need to get done. We do need to look at the fact that a handful of these jobs need to be paused until we get more population. We have a bit of a population shortage, but right now pumping is way more important than like anything else. That water's fine. We don't need more dynamite for now. But that's fine. Don't worry about doing either of those. Yield little phase out are true. I did not believe. I should have believed. We are full on berries. We have some berries coming up. It's fine for now. Okay. I want bigger storage. So we're gonna work on bigger storage here. So I actually need us to delete these. Okay. Delete this. Delete that. So we're gonna unlock big storage for water. Top priority. We might just barely not have enough gears. We have enough planks, and we have enough metal blocks. So at least get it mostly built, if not entirely built. And we can go and delete another tank to get the gears that we need for this. We're actually going to go ahead and delete that. I want it in a different spot. Well, not the path. We're going to pause building this for a minute, though. And then, yep, a drought coming. That's what I thought. I was expecting us to run into that in a minute here. Zelda's so free with deleting. Oh, I delete like crazy. I do a lot of deleting in this game. Okay. We're going to go ahead and we're going to get 2 more farmers. Right? And then we're going to delete this farmer. And this one's going to focus on this. That's going to focus on that. And then we're going to go ahead and for now... For now, all of this is just the one food. All of it for now is just the one. And we'll flip them over in a minute. We'll flip them over in a minute. But we're just going to get this done. Resistant to deleting the town hall, but deletes everything else on a whim. Instead of the reverse. Maybe. I trust we got this. We need to get off of 24-hour shifts. That's for sure. Let's go and bring that down. We need to get the babies going. You gonna get some water of yourself? Your own water? Nice. Good call. Stay hydrated. Very important. Okay. So yeah, all this water down here is pretty good. And the thing is, now we can make it where we just don't even... We actually pull all this water. All this water is pulled. We don't let any of this go. On droughts, we can keep it all. Hydrate, you got it. Also, look at all this water. Look at all this water coming in here. We probably should turn this off. Right? Actually, it might be fine. It might be fine if we let this full reservoir just completely fill. Right? Water all around, but not a drop to drink, right? These 20 gears, so we're gonna have to get some gears worked on. Yeah, we just need to keep pumping, keep pumping. Pump all the water. More and more and more and more. Yeah, so we'll get 2 of them here for these guys to drop off to. These 2 here for these 3 to drop off to. That's all good. Link storage is pretty good right now, so we're actually going to pause both lumbers and get the forester back up whenever he can. Get on that. Population is an issue. We're dying of old age like crazy right now. When you start birthing more babies. It's wild. What, we're on cycle 20, only 3 happiness. Can't read. Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. All right, it's 16 days of drought. We should be fine. So we'll hold all the water here. So that's it here. This got really close to overflowing here. So next we'll put a valve in here. So we need a valve there. Which means we need to get a depth sensor. We critically need a depth sensor here. Where do I want it to sit? Do I want it on the way out? On the output point? On the input point or the furthest point? We should probably have it on the output point. Do we have what we need? No, we need to build more gears, but that's okay. If it is less than... less than 75 turn on. Is what we'll use. But we definitely have enough water this time, because we can just bust this open and flood ourselves a little bit. Just take off the top layer. There's some contaminated water in here, so it's not ideal, but we will have enough water regardless. So this drought we've got under control. We ain't drinking that water? It's fine. Most of it's clean-ish. Most of it's clean-ish, don't worry. Be fine. But we do need more gears. I do need to get these 2 jobs on. Almost we don't have the beavers. We are at the point now where we can now turn off these pumps. And we'll just keep one pump on for now. We'll just keep this one, which is the main pump, because it's pulling from the bottom reservoir. Which actually I forgot to close this off. All right, we might have to go and seep a little bit of this water in here. Oops. Yeah. We want to get, we need to get a weather station up for automation soon too, so then I don't have to be on top of all this stuff all the time. We can have it automated whenever we hit not temperate weather. Whenever it's not temperate weather, it'll just automatically take care of it. But we have plenty of food now. So we've got one guy on planting, and these 2 on harvesting. And that should completely cover us here. I would like to get storage over here for these 2. Don't have to run too far, but it is what it is for now. We'll make it more efficient soon. Make it more efficient soon. I wonder what the level of contamination is in here. It's got to be like below 50%, right? Probably. I mean, we're over 1,000 water now, which is grand. Having this guy here is huge. Very nice. Okay, we got a bunch of babies coming in. We need to get a centrifuge online. Which means we need more metal, which means we need more scrap. And this requires, you guessed it, power. Don't know where we're getting more power. Our power setup is pretty garbage. We can put this here, though. So we could actually structure across this. And power gear over. Into a centrifuge. Let's try it again. Put it there. This gather flag. Paste. There we go. Oh no, this has to go into the side, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's... Well, that's awkward. We lost a metal brick and some planks. Whoops. Well, gather what you can, guys. The rest will just have to decay. Gather what you can, then we'll build this. With just one more power shaft here. There we go. Done. A number cruncher? Number cruncher would be nice for us to go and get. Alright, we'll get this going now. A medium priority project, by the way. We need what? Metal blocks, gears, planks. The one guy. We're gonna have to hold off for a little bit here before we have the population to start working on that. We can go down to just one builder, it's fine. So much food. A ridiculous quantity, to be honest. We're gonna pause one of these farmhouses. Get them working on other stuff. This guy's still planting, so let him keep doing that. And it is fine. We still have more than enough water, 10 days out. Alright, we can actually start looking at improving quality here. Benefit of a number cruncher and wood burner is they don't require beavers to run. True, and it requires water, but now we should now have our water problem sorted. Once we get this valve set up, we should have infinite water that we can pull, or more or less infinite water we can pull, as we just build this up to max during not drought season. They do require water, yeah. Yeah, the power, the steam engines, it's 0.1 and 3 per hour. 0.1 and 0.3 per hour. So it's not a lot, but it's a decent amount at least. It's at least a bit. I would like to move our industry a bit here. Well, it's a steam engine, right? You gotta make steam, yeah? I would like to change this setup, because this setup sucks. It's very awkward. I would like to change the way we have all this stuff set up here. But we don't really have any good place for me to sit down and do a big bunch of industry. Nice big flat space for us to focus on, close to home. We could move industry back here. And use steam engines and manpower, because we're not really using these anymore. We're really only using these for like the, at max, 6 days of temperate weather that we get. It's not that useful these days, because we're not putting bad water through here anymore. So we could look at starting to rebuild it here. We're not going to delete these. We'll rebuild here first, and then we'll delete these as these come online. But it is an option. We could do that. We need to get a lot more science first. We're low on science. The steam engine's 400, so we need to get that going. Plus, there might be some other stuff we need, like the vertical shafts and whatnot. The other thing is, where does this drain to? Drains this way. Oh, so it actually just circles around here. Interesting. Okay. And this goes this way. So during bad tides and the like, we can actually get some power out of here. We can also get power out of here. Water required? Nice. Hydration is a go. So we could probably build some power production here. And if we have industry here, we can just snake it over. Not that hard. And then so only during droughts will we not have power coming from this. Gravity batteries. Need a second guy in here. Oh, we're caught up on jobs. So we're just gonna slowly turn jobs on as people grow up, become adults. Feed just needs more gears and blocks. I can actually turn a couple more of these on, because it'll just get in the way of these getting turned off. Us working on other work here. We've got enough of the parts right now, so I think we're fine there. It really is the blocks and the planks. Yeah, we'll keep that going. What's our water level at? Very bad. What's this water level at? We could break it. Give ourselves a slight flood of slightly corrupted water. I think we've got enough food to get by, enough water to get by. So it's fine otherwise, but let's try it. What is the contamination percentage here? What is our contamination percentage? 7. That's fine. 7% contaminated? That's fine. We've had worse. We had to get through droughts and whatnot with 10% or 11% and 12% contaminated. So that's acceptable. So we'll go ahead and we'll fill the fields with 8% contaminated. Okay, it's probably going to be higher contamination as we pull further out. I bet the worst water was over here. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we can also deepen this whole reservoir further down if we want to. Alright, we're down to just the lower bits. There's not much water left. Actually didn't raise much water out of that, to be honest. Grab me these logs. There's no storage for it, is there? Nope. Pretty much none. Due to the contamination, some of this stuff isn't getting watered as well as it should. Alright, we're gonna drain it. Give it to me. Give all of it in here. Get it all in here. We're just gonna drain the whole thing. Any excess will get dumped over. We'll dump any excess over here. We're just gonna refill this. 8% contaminated water. And as soon as it maxes out, we'll just have it flow out of here. So we'll at least be able to reset most of the water. There'll be a little dirty water in here, but we'll get that valve in here now. So now we'll go ahead and we'll get our fill valve. Grab me them logs. Oops. If I place this here, and then I do a fill valve there, and then I can take this. So that way we can still collect it. Alright. Top priority, build this. We need to get blocks sorted. We just have to get this done before a bad tide. That's all. Actually, we never do, realistically. It would be nice to have this as a proper reservoir, but it's fine. I do want us to detonate down through here, which means we'll have to detonate that one lower. That's fine. We can do that later. Yeah, so we got enough water. We'll be okay. Yeah, we just need to stockpile our materials again. So we get you rolling again. We'll get you rolling again. Actually, no, not you. We don't need more parts. We get treated planks. We'll get metal blocks. We'll get gears, and we'll get planks. We just need to stockpile this best we can. Okay, and then this is going to be automated from you. That when off, do nothing, and when on, fill unlimited. And then build another levee on top of them. And that should have this be our upper backup reservoir. And we should now be, like, perfect. We should now have plenty of water. We should have plenty of clean water down below. Eventually. This will eventually get cleared out. So eventually we should be perfectly A-okay here. Alright, we got more beavers coming in now. Good. Get to work on this. Pump more water. We might as well, while we're at it, just try and get ourselves to max water, right? Would be cheaper to do a double floodgate instead. Oh well. Well, I want to have this automated. I want this automated so I just don't have to worry about it. I don't have to think about it. I guess you could automate the height, but... Huh. Yeah. Would be a little cheaper. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fancy. We want to have a nice fancy setup, right? This construction priority is bottom priority. Do it when you can. As soon as we get that done, though, then we can start getting... we can go for the advanced... We can go for advanced breeding pods. Berries and extract. That's what I want to get to. True benefit of those fill valves and such is if is they're stackable. Oh, true, you could. Huh. Now, Trizak, this isn't the end, but we got real close to losing. We got real close to losing a moment ago. It was a very close call. Hey, you heard dooming? Yeah. We got really close. I was prepared for us to have to go and, like, reload a save. Terrifying. I hate reloading saves. So once this is done and our water is sorted and we don't have to worry about water nearly as much as we have been this whole time, we'll then start moving over to upgrading industry and food and entertainment. So Beaver's quality of life is going to go from 5 to actually something nice soon here. We can actually waste the knowledge on putting a putting a lantern over here, finally, for the campfire. So when people visit the campfire, they get lantern time. We also, while we're at it, can also put some roofs down. It'll take a bit for us to build them, but let's get that done. We're gonna start upping quality of life here. Beaver quality of life needs to go up. It increases their efficiency, lifespan, and movement speed. Work efficiency, movement speed, and lifespan. Okay, so we'll have water any minute here. And our reservoir is going to start filling back up. I'm hoping this is done. Okay, yeah, that's done. Okay. So when off, all the way down. When on, we're good to go. And right now it's on because we're at 0.56. So we can't harvest fast enough. But again, we'll start changing some of these over to soybeans in like a minute. But yeah, so this, as it fills, full drain over here. This is all clean water. And it's just going to full spill in. Greenifies all the soil, which is like nice and pretty and whatnot, but it's not like we can take advantage of it. So that's good. The center is already at full. This one can now go down to nothing, which is going to drain it out for a second. A little awkward, but it's fine. We're filling in now. This water is draining into us. Don't worry about it. And now it's pushing back. I'm going to push around to here, which we actually want at an 8. And now that we're at full, it should turn this off. So we should be at full soon. There. Okay, let's turn it off. So now we're going to start filling the reservoir. Nice. So the reservoir is now starting to get filled with nice clean water. And now we actually do want to go back to the original plan of upping a level on here. We can let this completely fill. Nice. All right, so water should be more or less sorted for a while. So now we can worry about other things. We have 4 available beavers right now. Dang. We can actually leave these 2 pumps off for a bit. We can leave these 2 as the main pumps. Well, we should go ahead and get these pumps going. Let's try and get ourselves to max storage. It'll just be nicer if we do. Let's also go and quit with all the mangroves. And we will sort them out later. For now, we're just going to get rid of them. We're going to get rid of these mangroves for now. And we'll reset it later and do something nice another time. Let's go clear that out. Well, there's no need to cut them. We're completely full. Well, darn near full. Like we make way more than we need. We don't really need to, you know? Don't really need to cut it. Pause this one. We still have 2 guys left. Get him in there. Alright. Get these jobs rolling. Zelda should start making stockpiles in remote areas to be used for remote projects. I think we're done with remote projects, honestly. I don't think there are any more random explosion guys. I think we've gotten through all the cores. I think we've gotten through all the crises. I don't think there's anything left for us. I think all crises have been averted. Also, this is now completely hollow. All the water's evaporated out of it. It's all seeped into the ground. I'm glad we're able to get all these done. This is filling pretty high here already. Remove all bad water on the map except in bad water harvesting area. I mean, that's a project we can do for sure, but I mean, we have a lot of other things to do. Like, we need to get happiness up to, like, you know, acceptable levels. These guys have been just skirting by for way, way too long. We can finally start getting some other projects done here. For example, we can finally start taking out these thorns. If we end up having a couple of people stuck healing for a while, it's fine. We can go ahead and clear these out so we have even more room to grow. So we're at the point now where we should be able to maybe hold a population of like 40, maybe even 50. But food needs to be dealt with. I mean, granted, like, it's fine. Like, we literally can't harvest fast enough over here. Which is funny. Literally can't harvest fast enough. We're going to unpause this one and pause that one. So we can actually get all the way over there. Okay, good. Water storage at that dam is even higher now. I'm tempted to go even higher. But now we should be at level with that one. Oh no, we're still one below. It'd be kind of cool if we like completely blockaded this dam, but I don't think this water seep is ever going to be able to like fully overflow this bad boy. I just don't think it's ever going to happen. Just pull all the water from the seep. Until a speck of contaminated water is detected, we immediately turn it off. Droughts should be easily survivable now, though. Easy way to happiness is to get them utilized into core. Yeah. So we're starting to work on... Oh, that's right. We can't get up high enough. Awkward. Oh, we have so many injured beavers. Okay, 10 injured beavers. I got a little... we got a little beaver happy with trying to grind through these. 11 injured beavers. Man, they got injured fast. It's fine. We got a lot of hospitals. They'll be okay. They'll get themselves sorted. Let's go over here. And if we get a staircase here, we can get that roof done. And if we remove this hospital... Right? We put this here. New plan. What if we instead put it 2 high, and a 1 high and a 1 high, and we delete this, and we do a stair here. We have a bunch of injured beavers. Don't worry, we have a lot of hospitals. Deletes hospital. Oh my goodness. No stairway to heaven? No. How's it going, clear as crystal? How are you doing today? Welcome. We'll delete these. We're gonna get some rooftop, because we still haven't made any rooftop terraces. This one we will pause, so we can go ahead and get that done. Planks are still a big bottleneck for us, huh? 11-inch beavers. Throw more pine. Yeah, planks are a bottleneck. 11-inch beavers. Okay, maybe I was a little too eager with these beavers over here. Let's cancel these for a second. Let them finish these too. It's nearly done, and then let's let them actually like heal themselves. They're really injured. This game's been on your wait list for a while, but you think you're too simple-headed to play it? Nah, you'll be able to get it done. There's we're playing. Keep in mind, I always play on the highest difficulty I possibly can. So I'm usually playing on difficulties that's like a little too hard for me. So playing on easy is like, it's really nice. It's a super cozy game playing on easy difficulty. It's a very cozy game. Okay, so then we can pull the last bit of water here. Whoa, okay. Unlimited is maybe a bit much. Let's knock this down to like 1/10 of a meter when this happens. We need to slow the output. That was a end of the tidal wave. We need more of a drizzle. We need more of a drizzle when this happens. Okay, put that up. And then we pause this pump, and we pause this pump for now. Okay. We're just going to slowly let this upper reservoir here fill us up. Now that we have plenty of water, it's good. Yeah, it's a downright cozy on easy difficulty. It's a very, very good game. With 13 very hurt beavers. I'm sorry, beavers. That is my fault. I did this to the beavers. I'm so sorry. Let's get 4 in there. The beavers continue. But we should have 0 stress on this one. 12 angry beavers? The angry beaver number is decreasing. Slowly. But hey, on the bright side, you know, now we can go ahead and plant some more pine trees for us to cut down. Which we will be changing over. I think we will be changing these to oak soon. We can probably leave some pine here, and we can start getting some maple going, and maybe some, whatchamacallits? What's the other one? Oh, they don't do chestnuts. The mangroves they do. Okay. We'll do mangroves in here for us to harvest, because we can have a harvester. And I guess we can do maple over here then. Maple over here, pine sap over here, and then oak for everything else. We could do that. We could do that. This map looks like it might be challenging, even on easy. It honestly might be, because this is a atypical map. This is a weird map. And we're gonna actually give our guys the opportunity to rest and relax more with only 18 hours of work. I know, so generous. Only 18 hours of work now on their work days. Pretty good. Yeah, we need some more medical beds. So we'll build these whenever we can. The biggest bottleneck here is planks. As we get planks, we'll get more medical beds. More medical beds, we'll get these guys healed up. In the meantime, though, we are getting roofs, so we should get a new little notification in a moment here that people are getting enough roof activity, as well as we now have a rooftop terrace. We should have rooftop terrace helping as well. So we'll get a bonus to these guys' happiness in a moment here. Yeah, they're all injured. They're very upset. They all have injuries trying to take these thorns down. It's just so much water. It's crazy. So much water. Too far to reach? Easy fix. That is a bottom priority job, by the way. Don't do that. But we got nothing else to work on. All right, there we go. These are all now up. We get a lot of them now that we can actually have people in here going ahead and healing up. That'll be done in no time. Let's get a second one of these teeth grinders just in case. Ooh, we actually have some homeless beavers. That's awkward. We do need to kind of delete this whole row here of stuff. Number crunchers would be better. And I want to have full industry on this zone. So we're gonna copy these. Yeah, we're gonna get all of our think tank guys down here. It only costs logs to make this, so it's super cheap for us to do. There we go. So all of our think tank guys go down here. Which means we can now delete all of these. Getting us more space. We can then also delete these. Getting us more space. How's it going, Dalka? How are you doing today? Yeah, we're still doing the same thing. I think we're at the point now where we've managed to get past all of the big problems. We've done underground plumbing works. We have blocked off a lot of bad tide locations where there are issues. We've pulled in additional water production resources. I think we're squared away. I think we're now at the point where it's just we need to improve the quality of lives for our beavers. Because they've been living on survival mode for way too long. So we gotta give them a better life, you know? Yeah, I just need to not mess up. With my willy-nilly deleting of stuff, I need to make sure I don't delete anything important, right? But food is still a bit of a struggle with the population we're up at. So I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna pause 3 of our breeding pods here. While we let population kind of settle, because we're at 43 beavers. We can get those 2 free beavers on this to pull in more food. But we got to get them something else. Imagine you just only eat a root vegetable day in, day out. Horrible. Yeah, about 20, there were 17 cycles in. And only now can I really start spending time and resources and research on making beavers happy. It's been a bit of a struggle. It's a good tasting root. True, it is a good tasting root. Something Irish potato famine. Yeah, only potatoes. More or less. Oh, you got a question? What is the question? What question do you have? So we'll get some blueprints here soon. I still want to stockpile more stuff first. What rolls downstairs alone or in pairs and over your neighbor's dog? What? That's great for a snack and fits in your pocket? A potato? I don't know. Alright, almost everyone's uninjured now. Wait. Fits on your back. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know where I read pocket. That's a very good point. I pulled that out of my pocket, in fact. Okay, now we can go and do all of the thorn removal that we want to do. And anyone that gets injured, don't worry about it. We got plenty of healthcare. It's fine. Problem solved. I know, straw, right? Holy moly. Reading's hard sometimes, I swear. Are we still able to grab... Okay, we still are able to grab metal. That's good. We just don't have any metal blocks. They're being used immediately on something. Ah. Immediately being used here. Same with the gears. Yeah, we are not producing enough power. That's the problem. 50% power with 4 workers on this. It's an issue. Alright, so what we can do is we can start looking at a potential industrial zone, yeah? So we can look at a new potential industrial zone. We can look at it like this. So if we move all of our... Oh, we got even more available beavers. We don't really need more parts right now. I guess we can pick up a little more resin. Keeping up with log demand. And it. Yeah, so if we go ahead and we move our bad tide related stuff over here, which actually means let's pause this and we'll keep these materials. Let's move that over here. Do a centrifuge over here. So if we get a deep water bad pump, let's see here. If we go ahead and we get too high to here, this is fine. We could go deeper, but we don't need to really go that deep. Like this is fine. We can go one deeper, but that's fine. We can also just chuck a dynamite down here first, right? Yeah, we can chuck a dynamite down here first. Rock bottom. Achievement unlocked. Attempt to place dynamite at the bottom of the map. Oh. Okay. Boom. Alright, so we can do that. And this goes here. That's a bottom priority thing. Right? And then we connect up. And we bring a medium storage tank here. And then we go ahead and we get our power online and we get our dynamite factory over here. Actually slide in here, slot that in there. Centrifuge won't fit, will it? It's a 3x3? Yeah. Put the centrifuge here. Doesn't quite fit. We can do this though. So those two fit together. We can connect them here and connect them here, right? We pause these two builds. And then we look at power production. This large water wheel is 540 power, and this is 300, or sorry, and this is 120. So we could have 360 in here. We could definitely get more if we had the big one. We can definitely go ahead and put levees here. Get the big power boy. Put him here. And if we can get across, we can go ahead and we can get levees here and here. We can do levees like this to force all of it through, right? We can do that. Yeah, we're gonna get the number cruncher online. Yeah, we're gonna get the number cruncher going here because I want us to stop working on research manually. Right now, it's something to do if no one has any job. There's no jobs to get done. That's what they're going to do for the moment, but we need to swap that out. So we'll get this done. And then we'll go back to power. Vertical power shaft here. And so we have power like that. Bam. So this will be our power setup. And we'll just pause this one's build for now, because then we can run across this and build everything from here. So that'll be the last thing we build is this guy. And then that'll be this, which will then replace this up here and this down here. And then we can also then start centrifuging stuff. This is going to be the first thing we start working on building. So we're going to start building this for our industrial sector. And then we'll go ahead and snake power over and we'll get our main production center here. And then we can get housing we can then rearrange this down here for better housing and entertainment. So we'll get there. But that's what we're going to do for building now. We need a lot of planks. We need a lot of gears. We need a lot of logs. It's going to take a bit for us to get there, but we will get there. The biggest thing is this dynamite. I need this dynamite placed. All right, it's placed. We just need someone to build it now. There we go. And kaboom. Now we can get all the way down to the bottom. So we can pull all the bad tide water here. And again, only during droughts will this large water wheel not be running. And this large water wheel is going to be pulled 540, potentially. This thing right now at full speed is only 615. And we can always set up additional supplemental help, too. But we're going to get this set. Let's go ahead and let's rebuild ourselves a builder's hut. Temporarily, we'll put a builder's hut here. Along with the hauler's hut. We can just, both of these are online. Bottom priority workplaces. So if you got nothing better to do, go do that. Not enough lanterns, not enough roofs, not enough shrubs. Drop terrace and the like. I think we just need more free time. So we're gonna go to 16-hour work days. I know, my goodness, we're spoiling our beavers at this point. Beavers getting spoiled. You just had an idea for a map? Okay. What kind of idea do you have, Sarah? What are you thinking? A map of seep locations separated by high mountains with explosives making you need to be nomadic. Interesting. The bad tide keeps following you. That could be an interesting concept. You'd have to do a lot of... Yeah, being nomadic would be very interesting. I guess the real question would come, and you'd get to choose, is how many cycles until one of the things explodes? But yeah. We can go ahead and pause these two jobs. They can go do something else. Let's make these high priority builds. Build those first. Metal parts and gears. We got enough metal parts. Gears are still just a real problem. Cannot produce enough of them. Unable to get the material you need because we just don't have enough enough planks. This is why I want to get this done. I also need to urgently pick this stuff up. Centrifuge, dynamite. We might as well unblock the centrifuge and start working on that. Because we can work around it. We can actually snake around it and work on it. We can get to work on that. This is being worked on. These are being built. Now it's just planks left. Alright, there we go. We now got a builder set. A bunch of guys can now help with building. So we can get things done faster. I know I keep saying that... Oh, we're running low on water now. I know I keep saying we're going to go and fix food, but food's just like a very low priority. And the reason why it's low priority is because we need to get fermenters, which require power. So I want to get our power setup over here done. So we'll get this first for power production. And then we'll bring it over here. We'll also be able to get a bunch of gravity batteries up here, or up here, actually both, probably. We'll probably need a lot of gravity batteries for this setup. We'll need to do a lot of work with gravity. Alright, we got hauler posts online now. Yeah, we're keeping ourselves at 44 population. Seems reasonable for now. We've had 0 water problems. Food's been a little tight, but it's okay. We're holding on for now. We're still holding on. We're staying consistent. We can't really support many more mouths, but we're doing okay. Oh, this is now for bad water, which means that this is now designated to be emptied. We'll empty that out and bring the bad water over here. As we finish these things, we will continue to move stuff along. Big builds. Many things to get done. This is going to be a high priority as well. As soon as that's done, we can go and work on the rest of this. That just requires only logs. Those planks are a scarce commodity for us. We are going through a lot of logs, so let's get a second lumberjack over here. Just so we can pull in more lumber. Was this too away from... Too far away? No, just low priority. That's too far away from district. 1 square away. Okay, well we can go and remove this lumberjack flag in a minute to go get that one. So I don't know if that one actually matters. Yeah, I don't think we can actually grow with that because it's underneath. Might be able to get to it once this one's gone. We'll find out. A problem for later, not for now. Okay, so yeah, now we're starting to work on this platform over here. 2.3 days until the drought is over. And the water flows yet again. And during this whole time, this whole thing's been sitting here. What was it? Was this a 21-day drought? That means that this was able to fill up enough that we were able to just rely on this upper reservoir pretty much the whole time. Nice. Yeah, we've never had plank shortages like this before. I'm just not used to that with our other playthroughs. Normally, planks aren't that big of a deal. But this time, very much so. Open up hauling for even more beavers as they more become of age. Yeah, plenty of research coming in. Very happy with that. 2.1k, nearly 2.2. Nothing to do in range. Okay, so we've now taken down all of the metal from over here that we can. That's now a high priority. We do need to keep an eye out because we're going to need to go and get more metal soon. We can run over here and get this metal if we have to. Where's our nearest infinite metal source? I wouldn't call that near. Where's our nearest metal source? Oh, wait a second. Is that the only... Okay, no, there's one here too. That's not exactly close by either. Have to go all the way over here. Yikes, all of them are really far away. This one's kind of cool though. I like this. It's in a little underneath a little outcropping. But cool. So yeah, no, that is actually a bit of a tough one here. That might be our best bet right here because it's more or less a straight shot from our build up in this zone. We're gonna need to get the faster travel mechanics online, whatever that is. Tubes, tube-way stations. There's a bunch of metal for it. Luckily, this doesn't require any metal, but we do need to get this going. Okay, bad water storage. This is now empty. right, clean water is in, which means we can now drain this out. It looks like we're draining it out of the pond, but it's fine. We're just gonna pull it from the upper reservoir down here. So we should probably just hold this off. We can leave this at 0.7. That's fine. That'll work fine too. Instead of draining this whole thing, we're gonna have 0.7. Okay, there we go. The water seep is filling us back up. We should see some bad tide coming through here now. The next seep is safe, maybe. All right, let's see here. So it's like you are in a crater. When you get out of the get a way out, the bad source gets in the way. The next seep is safe, maybe, but you won't be able to stay. Would be interesting if you could have those explosives. Do those explosives destroy water seeps? I guess that's the real question. Because if they can, then yeah, that could be really good. All right, filling up. I really just want to see this thing flow through here. Oh, nice. Our centrifuge is online now. We're gonna pause this for now, but it is online. We got plenty of bad water in here. We can start working on the extract soon. And the thing is, we will likely tie in another one of these, like up here somewhere. I guess I'll do a little bit of detonating. But we can get another one over here. Whoa, that was weird. It's flowing in and now it's not. I wonder what that's about. The plan was to have one there too. I don't know if I'll be able to. Huh. Well. No, okay, there it is. That was weird. I don't know why that stopped for a second there. But the plan is to get another one of those over there too. Alright, here we go. So with this setup, is it going to be able to survive just going through a tunnel of 2? Or is it going to overflow? This is a question we need to have answered. Seems fine. Ooh, it's filling up pretty high. That seems fine. Yeah, looks like it's okay. Nice. So this should work exactly how we want it to. Excellent. Beavers are working hard. Stuff's getting done. Population staying pretty static here, around the 45-ish individuals. But yeah, we can get another one over here, which is what I want to do. Yeah, right here is 300 and change currently. We go and we build it up a little more. Probably better. And then we just put platforms across and plug it into this guy, or plug it in over here. Either way. Crazy how many haulers we've got coming in here now. If you restrict the width, you gotta increase the height and depth. Otherwise, it will overflow sooner than later. It's true. That's why I wanted to test it with restricting it like this to see if this is going to cause a problem. And it looks like it's okay. Whoa! Wall hacks! So this is flooding into here, and that's how it's getting up, and it's coming up here and then falling down. What's this one doing? It looks like it's just an empty cavity with nothing special in here. Yeah. I'm in Venom for X-raying. Yeah, I'm using X-rays. I can see the world. Yeah, you can see where we've blocked this off, because this is where a bad water source is coming into our good water. There's still some bad water stuck in that source block, like range, but otherwise it's fine. And then we have it, this gets into our main source, and this is what was contaminating us before, was this right here. It's all cleaned up now. We're eating so much of the same food, it's disgusting. It's gotta be tiring for the beavers. I do feel bad for them. Alright, this pump is online, which means this pump is offline. We can go and grab these metal parts and to, like, stockpile them in here. Use them for other stuff, other projects. We are going to pause this job for the moment, though. There's other things I'd rather you do. Like, continue to get the work done over here. Alright, so all this is done. And all that's done. So we can now start working on the wheel. The tough part is going to be the amount of planks required. Same with the factory. Start working on the explosives factory. The amount of gears and planks are currently our biggest bottleneck. But what we can do is we can now clean this up a bit. And reclaim these logs. Drought approaching. So we can go and reclaim all of these parts and pieces to allow us to build the new one up there. That's good. We like that. Okay, good. This can now reach up here. And yeah, we have been grabbing. Good. Yeah, he's able to grab it. Isn't it 5 at a time? 1 at a time, dang. Okay. Yeah, so we can go ahead and we can collect all these. Make sure we do. I don't want it to go away. We don't want it to go and decay on us here. At least we can get this worked on. So they're prioritizing working on this, which does make sense. But once these two are built, we can then activate this, start working on... We don't really need the explosives, so we can kind of leave this be for now. We can have it paused. We want to at least have some explosives, but it's that big of a deal. We don't need that many. 30 explosives should be fine. Actually, wait a second. This makes extract, and extract is a liquid, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we could put it here, then that would block off our ability to walk around. I'm going to put this here. We'll put a small warehouse here. Small warehouse is going to be for explosives. There they are. And then this is going to be for extract. There we go. It's online now. We're going to pause this. I don't want them working here until, until we have this built. It's going to be a bit while we wait on the planks. At least that's set. Don't forget water and food. Ooh, true. We should probably turn our pumps on. Good call. We need to get our pumps back on. Yep. We need to get that done. We got plenty of reservoir water, but we should actually be putting it in containers. 100% right. Turn these on too, because we have excess water. We also need a new residential district set up here, because there are people sleeping on the floor, which is not what we want. So this is just a temporary barracks, but this is going to be an urgent priority temporary barracks, just so we have people sleeping indoors. Oh, also food and water for people up here? Yeah, we should go and get that set up too. I want to go and get this reset, in which all of our food and water storage is going to be main set here. Housing is going to fill kind of this zone. We'll have to figure out how we do recreation, but we'll do housing kind of here, and then we'll do industry here, and then maybe this will be extra space. I don't know. We can also build up, or we can flatten it down. And we can start making infinite explosives, and we can just start flattening down the terrain if we want. But yeah, you're right. We do need to get food a little closer to where people are mostly working. Yeah, food's becoming a big problem here. Everyone needs to collect food. We have no stockpiled food. 22-day drought. We should just be fine on a 22-day drought. It shouldn't be an issue. Fill it to full. And fill it to full. And then we need to get these. We need to get the weather automation on, so I don't have to do this anymore. Where's gears though? I'd like to get a weather station online. We'll circle back to it. I mean, we got 22 days to go and work on other projects in the meantime. Unfortunately, it's a drought, not a bad time, because otherwise we could have this still go, but we'll at least have this ready. This will be ready once this is done. I'm going to pause one more of these breeding tanks here. Actually, any of these like really close to done? This one at 79%. We'll just pause that guy for now. We'll pause him for now. Should pull tons of water out during the good weather, good seasons. Yeah, I really should be. Having it where there's only a couple on was not the right call. You can stop the bad water from backflowing to your old industry district. Yeah, we can do that too. We can also go and block it up over here. So once, because that's the thing is, once we get all of this old district moved, we're gonna expand more food and the like. So yeah, we really should go ahead and back this up so we don't get the bad tide in here. That is a very good point. We have a lot of work to get done. You guys get back to planting. We've got a little bit of a head start here. We're only at 9 happiness right now is our max. Not enough lantern time. Not enough campfire time. Need more wet fur. We could probably put a shower here. Not really like an optimal location, but we don't have to change any of our setup or anything. So the other option is putting it here. Which is definitely closer than having to run all the way around. Delete these, they give us planks. We need them for other builds. Delete these, we get planks, we need them for other builds. Delete that. Delete this. Well, actually, we can put showers off of this for now. Should we put a ramp and make some floodgates by the riverbed? By the river bend? Ooh, that could be nice if we did that all the way down. You're saying like all the way down here, right? By this river bend? Put them right here. So we'll get all this removed. We can put a shower here. And that'll at least get wet fur done, so we'll get a little more happiness. Should get us to 10. And then we need to focus on the next thing to make them happy. Alright, the build up here is done. We've built it all. The full setup is done. This means we can unpause these two. I do want to get some gravity batteries involved in this. Can't put that there, sadly. These are not great gravity battery locations. This would be a great spot right here. Then detonate that down. But I would like to get some of those in. Yep, down there. Okay, yeah. We can look at putting that that blockage in there in a bit. All right, what we care about now is we need to get this setup done. So if we pull power over, if we're going to pull power over, we need to pull power up, across. We can get this set in a minute. You should get a second water wheel involved in that as well. Yeah, we're probably gonna get this where we can get a couple in line here, and we can also get the ones coming down here too. We'll get a lot of extra power coming in. I'm hoping we can just use this. We'll also set up some steam engines probably up here, right? Because there's space for us to put. Oh, it's a 3. Okay, well we can put 1 right here. We can put one steam engine here to help with a little bit of power. 400 horsepower. And we can maybe put some others up here. For some reason, I thought it was a 2x2. I don't know why I thought that. It's fine. Whenever. We'll get this done. What matters more right now is getting the power set up from the water wheel. Yeah, so if we go here, we vertical power, right? And so we have power coming up and over here. We will want to... we'll just do that. We can use that. We can use that. That's fine. That's fine. There we go. And yeah, we can still put the steam turbine here. Steam engine here. Pause that. We can at least get that there. Everything else can be built. That can be built. And then we go to... how we're going to get this done. We need, at minimum, 2 of these lumber mills. I want 2 gear workshops. We realistically should only need 1 wood workshop, I think. I kind of want to leave the space open here for us to put gravity batteries in. But we should be able to put... we should be able to do 1 wood workshop and call that done. 1 smelter is 2 hours for 1. I might actually need more than that. 3 hours per 1. I mean, we don't really use a lot of the treated planks. It should be okay with just that. Smelter. And we can always just have this set up to where we do the opposite side too, but I'm thinking we put storage on this side. And then we need... parts. If we can do this, right? And then we have food stuff. So we need at least 3 fermenters. We need 3 fermenters minimum. We can have food down on this side. But we need to get power across to them. If we just have 1 of these, we could sneak a fermenter behind, right? Yeah, we could get 2 fermenters here if we did that. And power is still applied across them. Fermenter recipe, if we did a cassava and soybean. Soybean requires the oil. And if we did mushrooms, right? We have this kind of set up here, and then we do storage on the other side. We are going to need an oil press, which we can slide here. Actually, slide here. Like so. And we need the oil for the cassava, right? So this would be for oil. Right. And then hydroponics we'll put elsewhere. We don't want hydroponics up here. They don't require power. Food factory. We need 3 food factories. Oh my goodness, they're big. Food factories are huge. Corn, eggplant, and kelp? Question mark? Looks like kelp. But we're gonna need 3 of these too. We need 2 food factories here. rather have these backed up. And then coffee we can do 2. So if we did 2 food factories here, we just need one little power piece there. Ooh, no, it doesn't. It goes into the side. These guys have side connection ports, I guess. Yeah, okay. So we need to go into the side of it. We can do this and we can dynamite this. Right? We can get more power there. That gives us power this way. We'll still be short one of these food factories. With running power to it. Okay, I'm not too sure how we want to do the food factories. We're gonna hold off on food factories for now. We can focus on fermentation stuff and oils, and then we can get to food factories and everything else later. Coffee brewing. We might have to have food factories up here. And the other option is we have 3 food factories. 1 coffee would fit, so we could put this one here for coffee. So we could use that and just put a power shaft here, and that connects those. And we just need to connect this somehow. Which we can probably connect coming in around here if we needed to. Yeah, hydroponics don't need to be connected to anything. We can build on top of them. And that's all the food stuff, right? That's all the metal stuff we need. That's all the wood stuff we need. So this should be the full setup for everything. Corn, eggplant. Oh, algae is what it is. Pause all these. We're going to focus on the core stuff first, and then we can work on the rest after. And then we can work on their storage after that, and we can get some power up here. Okay. Done. Let's get them working on this. Lots of work to do, lots of material to make. We'll get up and go on that. Once this is done, I will get this steam engine on, because I think a steam engine would be kind of nice to have. That's all that done. That's now all powered. We will turn this one on, and we'll make this an above average production. At least build this. Water's still fine in the reservoir. We'll just turn this off, but I do want to get this built. Now we're actually going to pause. I'm going to pause those for now, so we can still go around and get to this. And we'll build the rest. And you finish getting the connections online. But yeah, again, planks are a bit of a limiting factor for us, but we'll get it done. We're working on it. Injured beavers. Okay. It's online. Pause the job, pause the job. I don't want anyone spending time sitting here doing nothing. Planks are needed for that. We'll just hold off on this for now. Finish that in a minute. Get this done first with gears. There we go. So once this is online, we can have this just run. And we can use this and its 400 power output for these lumber mills that only need 75 each. And the gears are 120. So 75, 75, 150, 150, 120. Just puts us at, what? 270? We can actually get, we can have all these working. So we can get this other gear shop on if we want. Should be able to keep building all this from this corner. That's fine. Yeah, so we'll get these gear shops online. And then this one steam engine should be able to power these 4. On its own. But yeah, we'll get more power production into like set up over here as this all gets snaked in and hooked up. Yeah, there's some more space if we want to put more storage of some kind. We can put a bit of storage here. Actually, we can do storage and stairs here if we wanted. We bring power in from this side to these guys. We bring power like this. And then we just walk over it. Build the path. It might. It looks more awkward like this, but that might be. No, we can't because we need to be able to get down. Not really worth doing it like this versus just doing it like this. So yeah, we'll get this done. Stairs up, stairs down, and a platform here. And that'll connect this all up. There we go. Yeah, planks, planks, planks. Gotta get the planks. These need planks. We're actually gonna pause those, because if we can get the rest of this online, which does require gears and planks, then we can at least get more planks produced. Right? So, let's get that going. And with that, we should be good to go. 14 days of water left. Not as much water in this upper reservoir as I'd like to have. But we are still pumping water actively. We're actively pulling water. That's fine. Food is an issue, though. All of them are now on harvesting. We're gonna go back up to 20-hour shifts. We need to get a lot more work done here. We need more gears. We need more planks. Actually, we can even pause this. We don't need that right now. We can keep doing metal. We don't really need metal right now. We can pause metal. Work on a different project. I'd rather us continue to stockpile up our scrap for the moment. Got enough of everything else. Okay, perfect. So this is all set. This is all set. What are we waiting on here? Requiring gears. Yes, that's the problem is gears. So, yep. We keep everything paused. We need gears for this and for this vertical shaft. Then we'll be good to go. All right. Looking good. These probably don't have any water to pump anymore, so let's get those guys free to help. Full haulers, full work. Oh my goodness, we got so many workers available right now. Wow, everyone's thirsty. Jeez. Go drink water. Come on, guys. We have so many available beavers. Kind of insane how many available beavers we have. Yeah, we are still creeping up on overpopulating here, just with the 2 going. You get that sorted soon. Right, real quick here. Wet fur is just not a thing? Really? Oh, well... Yeah, duh. Yeah, of course that doesn't work. What am I thinking? Of course that's not... Of course they can't go and take a shower from there. What am I doing? Let's just make a... let's just do this. Let's do 2 over here. That's better. shower doesn't absorb water. It looks like it just gives them access to getting wet. Yeah, we'll have to put that in a place that's actually useful. Been running 6 for a while? True. Thing is that since we have some of these guys focused on planting sets, yeah, citizens still keep growing. No. Down to just 2 for a bit should help stabilize population. We'll need to get the population automation thing online soon, I think. I want to get the advanced ones going, because we'll, as soon as we can get this up and running, as soon as this setup's done. This is currently on. But no one needs power, so it's off. I like that, that's nice. Yeah, once we get the extract, we'll go ahead and we'll get the advanced one, so we just don't have babies anymore. They just come in at full-grown adults. It'll make things easier. And again, we'll need to go and restructure this whole space down here soon. Clean it up. Should give us more space. We are going to need a good portion of storage somewhere. Not exactly sure how we want to do our storage setup, since we can't get the mega storages. We can get the mega food storages, but we can't get the mega raw resource storages. Yes, this is all hooked up now. So if we now unlock these 2 jobs, this Steam Boy runs. And now we can start just churning out planks. Absolutely churning planks. This is going to be planks. That's going to be more logs. The planks down here too. And now we can start churning out planks. And with that, we can get these 2 gears online. Gear builders online, and we can get gears rolling. Do the gears. How do we want to do this? The ways to get up and over. It's not quite gonna work, but I do want to get a big gear storage, so I guess I can just put this here. This would be for gears. We can do that. It'll be our big gear storage. Log storage, plank storage. Like so. Put something else over there. Get a number cruncher? True. Number cruncher. Spots, charging, tower, grease. Yeah, we don't care about that. Number cruncher. It requires power, though. We don't have power production that we're willing to throw away yet. But yeah, I think we can just put the number cruncher up here. Nope, number cruncher up here. But not yet. Not yet, not yet. Not until we have more free power to throw around. But now that this is over here, we can go ahead and we can start removing these. It's cheaper to throw away power than workers. True, that's a good point. You now have pizza? Oh my goodness. A little on the overcooked side, but it's, but oh well, it's edible. Oh man, what kind of pizza, Tigris? What type of pizza? It's like cheaper to use the Wheel of Pain and Number Crunchers and the Number Cruncher than use the, oh, is it really? Number Cruncher is 1 hour for 10 versus 1 hour for 1. Yeah, no, that is. It ends up being 4 for 1, yeah. Actually, but it would be at lower production because it's only 315 horsepower from the 4. But it probably still is. Pepperoni and sausage? Nice. That is a good pick. For the number cruncher, does it need to be plugged in directly on the side? It does. I'm gonna get one in here if I do it like this. Really only need the one though. I'm gonna break this guy. It's not like it's hooked up to this right now. We still have 8 and change days. Ah, dang it. Hold on. Let's see if we can push this into place. There we go. Push the log over there. Gosh darn it. Look at this. And then power it in. What's this require? Parts, gears, planks. Parts are going to be a bit of a problem. We'll pause the build on it, but we'll at least get the power setup done. So we now have gears and planks coming in mass. We don't need treated planks right now. We need parts. This requires gears, planks. We can still build these. If we can build these 3, we can then remove our entire setup down here. We can at least pause these while we work on parts. And we can reduce the number of people on the wheel to 2. There we go. So right now it's supplying as much as it really needs. So we can run all 4 of these fine, but once we add the others, not so much. But we're going to pause these and we're just going to have the 1 metalsmith online. Once you have free power though, number cruncher just means you have infinite, true. And we have enough knowledge right now to kind of get by on anything we need. Not really struggling on it. Ooh, we're starting to get low on water again. Starting to get low on water again. We are going to still need to do better water storage. Our water storage is still not optimal. So we are going to need to get more work done over here. A, cleaning this out, getting it down 1 more level. B, we need to get more stored in here for longer term. So we might need to go and redesign where we have our pumps at. We'll also deleting all the inventors, maybe except 1 that you just paused. Yeah, we can just keep 1 on that online for now, but I think I am going to go and redesign this whole zone down here. If you move the number cruncher 1 block back from the edge, you can move it 1 block to the side as well. It would fit a second one in. Oh, I see. Yeah, if I move it here. So you're saying we could put a number cruncher here and here. Yeah. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Nice. This will be the one we build. Build the front one first. Yeah, good point. We'll let them go and grab those gears for any other builds right now. We'll build a number cruncher later. I mean, these haven't even been finished yet. Grab these gears, guys, and use these gears. Don't go wasting them. We need them. Yeah, we might need to get more water, water pumping. Okay, wet first starting to happen. Campfire and roof. It seems like people aren't really relaxing enough, so we're going to bring ourselves back down to 16-hour work days for a smidgen. I want to try and get these guys to be happier. Let's try and get a big boost in happiness here. See what we can get done. Food is still problematic, but it's okay. Our population is still fluctuating. It's okay. We went from 50 down to 40. That's fine. At which we can now pause. We can pause that job. Not a big deal. But again, we do need to jump on food soon, and that's why we're going to try and get these fermenters online. Get these fermenters, then we can start doing new foods. You know, berries are fine. I would like to get a large warehouse for berries. 2 storages is a little obnoxious. We could put one here. We'll hold off. All right, 6 days until we get extra power. I'm excited to get this extra power online. Pause that, don't work there. This is just to have power move through. We need to build them anyway. It's just to have power push through. Parts are not needed for this. Scrap, we got enough scrap. We just need 1 more gear. That's done, and then we just need planks, and that's done. All right, cool. So we can demolish this now. Bam. Look at all these free parts and pieces here we can now go and pick up and use for new builds. We're slowly cleaning up this joint. The same thing is we're going to need to move these, the treated planks, storage, and metal blocks and gears. Actually, this gear storage, we can go ahead and we can exit. Do that out. Get that all in here. Unpause that. This is what, 1 guy, and this is 2 guys. Okay. So we got 3 jobs over there to get done. Good. Still topping off with the last little bit of water here. Yeah, we made it through this drought, no problem. We're still pulling water from below. That's crazy. We're only barely into the lower level now. If there is nothing else we need to do down here, which I really don't think there is, we should go ahead and set up the second pump again. I think we set up the second pump. We'll do that during the next drought. Next time there's a drought, we're going to set up the secondary pump here. And then we can remove one of these pumps. We can just keep pumping from below. That'll give us more storage time here and here. I'm not pulling it out. Alright. Pause this. We definitely want to work on parts. Parts are needed because we need them for this. Planks, gears, and metal parts. So we will work on metal parts. Next, last bit of this log here. Grab those 5 planks. Use them elsewhere. Parts. Logs. Nice. Okay, so this is all set up now. Metal parts, gears, planks. Start up the number cruncher. And then fermented cassava, I believe, is what we're going to do first. Cassavas. All right, we need to start clearing these. Everyone is on harvest duty, so we're just going to harvest all the food until there is no food here, and we're going to start planting new foods. We need to start planting new foods. It's time. A worst case scenario, they can eat berries for a couple of days. But I think we'll leave these where they are. We're going to start sectioning off new zones. So we're going to say, don't replant in any of these zones. And I will actually leave you as still being able to plant over here. That's fine. So they'll go and plant, and then they'll start collecting. And then once we have some space, we'll get cassava down. Nice. So what that means is we need to at least get this fermenter online. We need to build this guy. Luckily, he's just logs. This will be easy. We really could have gotten that fermenter online earlier, couldn't we? It took a long time for us to get there. You're still shocked that it basically took you 17 cycles just to survive? Now on cycle 18, you actually expanding? Yeah, no, we're actually into full expansion now in cycle 18. it was a real cutthroat run at the start there. Like, this is our third attempt on the map. Third? Fourth? It's our third or fourth attempt on the map. I can't quite recall. This has been a tough one. There were 3 or 4 times during just this one run that we just made it by the skin of our beavery teeth. It was incredibly close. It was a ridiculously close call. Barely made it. Log production is a little on the low end. We were blasting through a lot for the buildings, but it'll decrease a little bit here soon. We'll start catching back up. All right, here we go. Fermented cassava is on the way. We can pause this job for a minute. It's not like we can actually do anything with it, but still. Yeah, these are now growing. We're keeping up with food demand for now. We'll get this going. We're going to get rid of this storage. They have to run a little farther for the storage now. I know. Kind of sucks a little bit, but it's fine. We have too many berries for me to get rid of this one, but I want more plots of land for us to work on. It's dry up here? Can we not work on that spot? I feel like it would have been like 15% better plus or minus having 5 to 15 more happiness the entire time. I agree. If I actually got rooftop terraces, roofs, shrubs and lanterns, like some passive stuff online sooner, we probably would have done better. It would have been easier. We would have had like faster growth and the like, but where'd you get the ore minus? Oh, sorry, 5 to 15 more. Yeah. Yeah, 5 to 15 more happiness. I don't know if we would have managed to get to 15, but 5 more happiness we probably could have done. Probably could have done that too. Oh yeah, true. I do need to go and get more tea. We should take a break here in a moment. I need to go get more tea. Critical. Get my brain running. Alright, so we're almost there with parts. So we're just one part at a time as we go. Gears. So metal is our next worry, because we're nearly out of metal. We're almost completely starved on metal here. We'll grab these planks. Grab those planks. Use them for stuff. The nearest next lot of metal for us, man, is not close by. This is our next nearest. I think I want to build out of this one now. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to start looking at these tubes. We need to start looking into how tubes work. So I think that's the next thing we do. Everything here is more or less autopiloted for right now. Okay, depending on how much power we get out of this thing, we can turn off the steam engine for a minute while we continue to just build stockpiles of stuff. And during that time, let's go and figure out tubes. And so we can tube from here to here. With it. Tubes are amazing. Such a productivity boost. Oh, okay, perfect. Also, welcome. How's it going, Bales? Yeah, I think tubes are the next thing for us to play with. We're going to start switching over to new food source, and we're going to get tubes online. I just want to see this happen real quick. Just got to wait for this bad water to show up. Going well. Also playing Iron Teeth? Nice. Do you prefer the Iron Teeth or the Folktale? Man, okay, well, bad tide, A, it sucks it's a bad tide, but B, hey, a bad tide still means power from our large water wheel. So we'll still take a bad tide. Oh, look at this. Huh. So you could also go and drain it this way. There's also one here, too. I think I want this one now. We can get our tube over there. I never really played the folktale, but you don't think you'd like them. You just did the bare minimum needed to unlock the Iron Teeth. Understandable. All right, what's our power output here? Oh my good gods. This thing is churning. 900? It's dropping as it levels out in speed, but wow, that was nuts for a hot second there. It's gonna... Nice! High score of 10 now. That's what we like to see. Alright, it's leveling out around 600, it looks like. Yeah. It's slowing down more. I think this thing's max speed is supposed to be like 520. Maybe that's where it stops at? Nope. It's getting slower. I don't know how it's getting slower. How does that work? I think it's the height of the water that's coming in, right? If I swap these... The levees? Like Folktale is the... So I wonder if we do this works. Right? Because then it's 2 tiles. It constricts flow a little more. What if I use dams? I mean, it's producing enough power to get everything that we're currently working on done. Not when we get this one running, but otherwise it's fine. The zip lines were a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that with the zip lines. Those were really cool. Oh, we have completely overflowed here. What's going on? Goes to 80, that goes to none. And that should sort it out. Alright, fixed. Wait a second, why are we overflowing? This is crazy. Okay. We can go and plant this soon. We have the group that just only does planting. Starting to stockpile here. We got a lot of planks now. Alright, this bad tide's only 16 days. That's fine. Alright, hold on. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. I need to go and grab some more tea. We'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll run some ads to go ahead and get rid of the pre-rolls. Hang tight, everyone. I'll see you all in 3 minutes when I've got some more tea. Alright, like that, we're back. We're back at it. I got tea stretched. Hopefully you guys got some snacks too. Let's jump back in. Alright. So beavers in full force. We're going to get this in a moment here. What happened here? Died from flooding? Yeah, my bad. Alright, so we'll go ahead and we'll grab this. We'll start planting anew. Yes, you guys are still on planting. Alright, so for the cassava, I don't know how much space we really need for it, so we're going to just start off by being a little overzealous with the amount of space that's needed. Yeah? Start off being a little overzealous with that. And the soybeans, we also need oil produced for it. So we're going to need some canola as well. 9 days for 3, 8 days for 2. 5 days for 1. 4 to 10. Okay. Whoa! Uh-oh. Wait a second. Whoops. That's not right. We need to automate this so I don't have to pay attention. We've badly contaminated our water. It's 18%. It's not horrible, but it's causing woes. Hmm. We have enough water up here. We could recycle our water if we chose to. We're gonna drain this upper section here. We're gonna bring the contamination down a bit. There's enough water to spare, it's fine. Contamination at 9%. Empty that out, close this up. Let that in here. We'll get some upper cleaner water in here to help us out. And we will just turn these pumps off. We'll just use this one pump here. Leave that all the way down. Does that let this stay not contaminated? No. That was a mistake. It's unfortunate. Yes, we have logs here, and we have logs over here, but I'd like to change up our storage, you know? So if we could go ahead and if we just delete this. I guess we could just put that there if we wanted. Yeah, actually, we probably should just do it this way. So if we delete this, and plant another pine tree, and then we build our staircase up, we can just copy this here. And then that way, this one can be treated planks. Which means over here, we no longer need the gears. We can empty the treated planks. Get those moved over. Ugh. Yeah, the contamination's a bit of a mess. But we're still able to produce the food that we need to produce, so it's fine. It's fine. It's probably fine. It might not be fine. It's probably fine now. We're gonna make this one berries. Get rid of that. This is also logs, isn't it? Huh. Okay. Well, for now, we're gonna make this one metal blocks. So I have a spot for this to be made. There are treated planks and metal blocks. And that means we can then come over here to the metal blocks and empty this. And then we can go and clear out this space. So that'll be nice. Cleaning it out. Slow and steady. 12 available jobs, that's fine. Alright, the number cruncher is online now. Pulls quite a lot of power, but the number cruncher is online now. So we'll leave just this one back here. And we'll clear out the rest. Give some more space. I mean, this is also for logs. What? We've got a lot of log storage here. Let's do this. That's not what I want. More log storage. Build log storage here. These planks. This one's planks. Yeah. We're gonna go and empty these. We can actually now pause plank production. We've got enough. Tree planks, gears. Gears are being worked on. These are logs, and we'll empty this out. We can get some more building space here. With that building space, we can start working on more housing. How's it going, Left Hand Luke? How are you doing today? Hello, hello. Finally getting some good progress done up here. We can now get the extract underway. Let's get that going. Go and turn on all these jobs. We will turn this back on too. I'm very unhappy with how much contaminated water we let in, but we need to get... Ooh, I need to go and get ourselves some more automation online, so I just don't have to pay attention. Now, where do we want our computer zone to be? We can have our computer zone on this ledge, I guess. Right? How's Thirdville? Thirdville is thriving most of the time. As long as I'm paying attention, you know? Let's just go, let's put a little weather station here. Weather station. During active during temperate. Activate early. We'll say 3 hours early. You will be off. If I automate the center one to you, when off, meaning it's temperate, I want this all the way up. No, when it's temperate, it's all the way off. On, it's okay, yeah. No, that's right. So off means that it's a bad tide, right? It's off right now. It's a bad tide or a drought. I want this all the way down. No, but that's only during okay, hold on. So this is gonna be for drought. I'm gonna need another one of them. Okay. You're gonna be drought. You're gonna be bad tide. And we need a relay. We're gonna need a relay. Okay, so your drought, your bad tide. You're gonna be a relay. Right? Hey, Rude, how's it going? How are you doing? Are you liking these guys in Sten? Is there a difference between them and the last group? Yes, there's a big difference between them. I'm enjoying it. I think these guys are pretty good. I think my playstyle kind of lines up with the Folktales a little bit more, but that's fine. We're still getting a lot of stuff done here, which is good. Let's go ahead and get back on this with the cassavas. We grow cassavas here. And then we'll do soybeans. Maybe do this for soybeans. And then we'll do kind of like canola. Let's do all canola for now. We can get into the corn and eggplants later. We'll do this for a moment. We're definitely not going to need this much canola, but we might as well start to get the oil going. Okay, so plant, prioritize the color of it. We'll stick to focusing on that. We might actually just add 2 more farmers in here, honestly. One on either side. As we continue on. These planks we're trying to empty out. These metal parts. Do we have a metal part one up here? I feel like we don't. No. We need a metal part storage. Large storage. Metal parts are produced over here. We can get a smaller storage over here. We'll do this one for metal parts for now. And we'll get that moved out. High priority build. Get that done. Okay. contamination is sitting at 8%, so it's not that bad. But I did blast through a lot of the water. Foolishly. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Okay. Logs are out. We can clear this now. Our population is dropping pretty fast. Let's go ahead and let's get another one breeding pod online. I want to get food a little more lined up first here. We can now get the cassava fermentation online. I guess for now we can just do medium storages. And this one's going to be for fermented cassava. This is going to be fermented soybeans. And we can have this one be for mangrove fruits, I guess, for now. Or actually, we can have it just be for the regular cassava for the moment. We can do that. Regular cassava, fermented cassava, and soybeans when they're actually fermented. We can do that. Nice. Planting is still underway. Food's a little on the short end, which is again why we'll be relying on berries, I imagine. But that's fine. We will get there. We're still holding off on more planks. Metal, treated wood is still fine. With this guy churning, we're almost never going to have any, like, just power lying around. Wow, look how much power we need. Jeez. Let's pause this right now. We don't need it. Automation. Let's go ahead and let's get a science counter. Less than... what's most expensive wonder? 20k. Jeez. Let's say less than 5,000 for now. You turn on. I'll automate you too. So we'll always have 5,000 knowledge on hand. So we'll unpause. Unpause. Currently paused by automation, and then once it's on, it'll run. When we hit 5k, we'll stop. That'll be fine. Fermenting, what is this? A medieval monastery? Yeah, these guys don't cook, they just ferment. Listen, cooking's hard. So the Iron Teeth, they just pickle everything. Everything just gets pickled by these guys. Now the question is, could we get another one in line here? We probably could. Oh my goodness, well-being at 11, huge. Continuing our upward momentum. Upward progression of making people happy. This is good. Berries are holding. This is now empty. Get rid of that. Berry collector is still doing his job, which is good. Are these now empty? That's empty. Yeah, and that's empty. Which means we can finally delete this. Huge. All right. We're slowly but surely gaining all of this territory back for us to start working with. We definitely do want to move this up, though. Put some levees up here. Actually, just put levees like so. We can probably just do that. Might be nice to have a dam, though. Well, a dam lets it come back this way, and a levee just makes it so we don't have to worry about it anymore. And we've got other ways to drop. I think it's fine. We can go ahead and do this. We should be able to just drop this stuff down. like so. That'll be done. Why stop there? Go to the ceiling and block it off entirely? We could, but it's just kind of a waste of material. And waste of material, not much of a need. Alright, so we've got enough water to get through the rest of this bad tide. We're gonna need to do some logistics here in a second. But we are out of metal. So again, the other reason why we're building this way is we need to get over to this metal, and then eventually we're gonna need to get from here up over here. However, we decide to make that path. Should probably go this way for it, but we need to get tubes online. We get some tubes going. All right, let's go ahead and get this set. Not 2, but 1. We can do it this way. That is so nice. It's curved steps. All the way across. And then we can get a new scrap collector. And that collects all of them. Bottom priority. There we go. Yeah, we'll get some pneumatic tubes online and we'll shoot them over here. But we need to actually build to that location as well. Yeah, so they can, yeah, they're able to just drop it down there. So we'll get this levee set up. And then problem solved. And once that's done, we can actually just delete this. Don't worry about it anymore. Right, we have a beaver shortage. So we're going to stop doing lumbering for a minute. We've got enough stored up. We're going to quit doing lumbering for a smidgen. Okay, so that's the majority of the... It's not working on anything. That's good. All right, we've hit our marker. It's now paused. Perfect. Our cruncher is getting its job done. Levees are online. Bad tide has ended. Okay, so now that the bad tide ended, we want this at this. This one we're going to go to none. Just manually max you out. There we go. Alright, so fill that up. That's fine. We need to go and get this set up. So this is going to be... Where's weather sensor 2? Oh, drought, yeah. And weather sensor 1 will be bad tide. There we go. Like the pneumatic tubes and shooting beavers around a map like Futurama. I think that's how that works. Not 100%, but I think that's how it works. Okay, so if it's not... So on if one input is on. On if any input is on. On if only one input is on. So yeah, if it's a bad tide or if it's a drought, turn on. This is our bad weather relay. So our bad weather relay this guy we can automate on the bad weather relay, in which when there is bad weather, which means it'll be on full height. When it's off, 0.8. Bad weather. Currently off. Currently sitting at 0.8, right? Zoom in all the way here. Whoop. I guess I can't see. Yeah, it's currently at 0.8. Good. Okay, so this one is now automated. So we've automated this one already, so that's our drain point. So we're good on droughts. Now we need to figure out this one. So the canola's growing. Nice. Nice. We're holding on food for now. I would like us to get more food coming in, but that's fine. This one, we need this one to fully block off on droughts. So on drought, on full block off 0.7, right? And then center will be on bad weather if there is bad weather, pull down. If there is not bad weather, no. If there is bad tide, because if it's a drought, we still want it all the way up, right? So if there's a bad tide, we want all the way down. If it's temperate weather, or if it's drought, we want it all the way up. Because then that routes water this way. Okay, so I think we've automated these 3. This one is for when we manually do stuff. That one just stays down, don't worry about it. But I think these have been automated. This guy's been automated. This one's automated as well. We now have this flowing well, so I'm happy with this. Don't want to just do one for good weather and flip the numbers? No, because when, for example, with this one, we can't just do good weather, because if there's a bad tide, we want it to be all the way down, and if there's a drought, we want to make sure that we keep the underground reservoir, right? Because there's this whole area down here is all going to have stockpiled water that we want to have access to. So now that that's done, I think we're done meddling down there. I don't think there's anything else we need to do meddling down there. I mean, we could go and collect some extra logs back, but I don't know if that's really worth our time. So now that that's done, we can actually go back to the way things were here. Grab all this. That platform as well. And then we can put another one of these bad boys right here. Pause that. So we'll have another pump that can pull from... Oh man, we did not pull like any water at all. I need to get pumps on the... I need to automate pumps next. I need to automate pumps next. We get a quick 24-hour shift, everyone. That'd be great, thanks. We need to automate pumps. Our water storage is very low. I would very much like more water stores. Thanks. Yikes. That's not good. Map's very weird. It's a very weird map, yeah. Okay, so that's now all cleared. We can now get this one worked on. All right. Yeah, the water flows are just bizarre. It's an unconventional map, so I mean that's the whole point of it. And I'm really enjoying the challenge with it. I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm having a blast trying to figure this out. It's a struggle. Nothing to do in range. That would be you. Get out of there and go do something new. This has now been all blocked off, so this will eventually all fade in here. And then we won't have any more bad type stuff. And we could delete this if we wanted to. I don't know really any benefit of doing that though, because of evaporation. Not sure. There's basically a river underneath his land. Yeah, there's just a river underneath here that I'm pulling up from. This is your first stream of the Iron Teeth you've caught, and is that mangled up of contraction in the middle? Yeah, so essentially we have a well. Okay, so bad tide is hit. What happened? This didn't work. This is all the way down now, which is where it's supposed to be. This is all the way up, which is where it's supposed to be. This didn't work. I'm gonna switch you to bad weather. And maybe bad weather works. Because it was still draining into the reservoir, which I don't want. Maybe this had to be bad weather. If there's a drought, I want this up so it doesn't... Yeah, because then it doesn't fall and lower the overall height. If there's a bad tide, we don't want bad water in. Okay, yeah. So those two are on bad weather. This one's on bad tide. Nothing's on exclusively drought. Gotcha. Okay. Got it. Okay. Don't see why you did levees instead of floodgates on the western side. It's just because it costs more. That's why. Kind of the only reason. Yeah, we don't have a lot of stored water. So I kind of want, we're going to keep pulling water, even though that means we're pulling from here. It's only 14 days. It's not that bad. We can withstand 14 days of bad tide. Get that going. It is going to contaminate some stuff here, which is going to be unfortunate, but it'll be okay. We're still working on this. You can move the dam near the 4 small water wheels forward by a few blocks. That way you get a bit more water, which leads to a bit more fertile land. I don't know what else we'd fertilize, but yeah, I guess we can go ahead and just move that here, right? If we just move levees here. And then we just have all this be water that we store. We could do that. Don't need to move the dam, but we might as well clear it because that gives us more blocks, more available blocks, right? That's 5 blocks of water that aren't being used. Yeah, we can move that there. Alright, so we have canola coming in now. So we're going to get the oil press going for us to make canola oil with. And the fermented soybeans, I think, required canola oil, is that right? Yeah, requires canola oil. Soybeans, canola oil. Bunch of fermented beans. Stock fermented beans. Fermented cassava. Okay. We don't need a 4th dam. No, it's just going to be full levees. We don't need this to allow us to move anymore. We can drop all these. Grab all those, grab all this back. Grab that. This is not done. We're just still slowly deleting old infrastructure as we redesign. No, we don't. We need a 5th. We need every dam possible. All the dams. Okay, what was the next thing we needed to automate? That's right. We need to automate pumps. So these pumps should just always be on, right? We should always have these pumps on. Unless there's no depth underneath them. Which, I'm not too sure how I'd be able to determine that. We can't get a depth sensor down here. Too far from the district, yeah. Can't really get a depth sensor down there. These ones should also be able to run at all times. These ones not so much. I'll pause this too. What do you think about it? Not sure. Alright. Food's looking grand. Or at least food storage. Food processing is not looking grand. It's because we don't have enough beavers. Holy moly, do we have a beaver shortage or what? Oh, because we're on 24-hour shifts, that's why. No one has any free time. We'll go back to 18-hour shifts. No one has any free time to go and keep the babies fed here. How's our extract? We've got plenty of extract. Actually, I think it's time. I think it is time. Utilizes an advanced breeding process to produce adult beavers eager to get to work. Nutrients brought by haulers. I think we just go jump right into these. Now the question is, where do we want to breed them? We could bring berry storage here. If we bring berry storage up here, we could bring it right here if we put a block below. Then we can just have little breeding tanks up here. We do this. And then we do storage, big storage, storage type, berries. Make this urgent. Do we have enough planks? We got enough planks, we got enough logs. Let's get it done. Let's get that done. And then we can go ahead and we can clear out all of the berries we've got. Genetically modified beavers? Yes! Did you get the achievement for working 24 hours per day for 7 days straight yet? Oh, I don't know if I've got that one. What's it called? I've got like half of the achievements at this point. I probably have that one though, let's be honest, right? 5 drought, 5 cycles on a thing, flood a building. I've done that. Yeah, I've got that one. Yeah, I've got that one. Got it a while ago. Yeah, so we'll get this done. We'll put berries in here. We will empty out these 2 berry containers. Logs do need to get picked up. And again, we can then expand berries. Like, look at all this extra stuff we can work with. Those are working. Yeah, with the extract, we can get that going. More beavers, faster beavers. That's what we want. More beavers, faster beavers. Eager to get to work. The busiest of beavers. Now, we are pulling in some metal here, so that's fine for now. Endless Crutch was the name. Had to look it up. Yeah. Yeah, we got that one. Yeah, this requires actual power, so we need to get this fermenter built. Just logs. Easy enough. Just so we have power, move through it. Let the power flow through it. Yeah, we're not producing enough food right now. We're on to eating berries again, which is not what we want. But I need to get these cassavas fermented properly. People have fermented cassavas. Where are our builders at? Running all over the place. We'll pause this one. We'll pause this one for now. We'll pause that fermenter. Nah, we'll let it finish. We'll pause it after though. But the problem is we just don't have bodies. We need people. I need beavers. I need the busiest of beavers. Yeah, so tubes are the next thing we want to play with. Now the question is, where do we want our tube station? How's this going to work? I don't know. Still trying to figure out how we're organizing all this. Let's go get rid of this research station. That. We can start building down here. My goodness, why are we so, like, struggling over here? Let's pause the builders. Get them over in hauling instead. I think hauling's more important right now. What do we need for this? We've got not enough planks. We've got plenty of gears, and we've got almost enough metal parts. So we can almost make the second number cruncher. That's good. Not enough power is being produced to run everything. That's okay. We definitely don't need dynamite right now. We're full up. Got our 35. We will need to get that going soon, too. Get more automation on, like, these buildings. So one of you guys working here. We got enough extract. Let's pause those jobs. We got enough extract for the moment. Let's haul and build and haul. Okay, so we just need a couple more planks. Oh, the problem is because we turned off plank production. Duh. I turned off plank production. No wonder we're having problems. Alright, let's get that back online. We should be able to get our planks up and running pretty quick here. Alright, we are filling up on storage. Good. So plenty of water for everything, but I think this is now automated. These pumps can just stay on. Well, but there's nothing they can do when it's contaminated water below. Yeah, so these pumps have nothing to do once water contamination hits this point. So we got a contamination sensor in here. Which we could do that, but then we stop the ability for us to actually pump any water. Defeating the purpose. We can keep pumping water from here, at least. We'll go pump from here. Ooh, we're actually draining our reservoir right now. Let's finish draining the rest of the reservoir. We need to store more water. That's what I get. We didn't have all the water pumps running to start here. Barriers are to be emptied. 9 more planks and we're good. Okay. So once we have this done, once this is done, then we can get into breeding tanks. So that'll be our 6 breeding pods. They require treated planks and metal blocks, which we have plenty of each. Any of these just make a person? Yep, you did. You did. Let the others sit for a minute. We're gonna start switching over to these guys. And we'll go ahead and we'll get automation. Population automation. I guess we can just put this population counter here. District mode, global mode. We'll do global mode. We're not doing anything with district. Oh my goodness. Look at all this. Contaminated, unhealthy, healthy, total. Vacancies. We can go off of vacancies. Yeah. If vacancies are less than 50 beavers. Beaver spots. We can do both for now. So turn on if vacancies are less than 50. So now, if we have less than 50, these will turn on. We are currently at, what, 31? But for now, let's just do 40. Let's get 40 beavers going. As soon as some of these are done, we'll close them. And so if we ever get below 40 beavers, we'll make new beavers. Okay, we'll wait on these two. We'll close those out as well. Beavers doing well. Berries stored. Close out this one. Sava fermented. I need to store canola seeds. Like, they're full in here. Alright, almost all the berries have been moved. You currently have 9 vacancies. Oh, we've got. Oh, is it? Wait. Oh, vacancies is work. I was thinking it was housing. Unoccupied beds is what I wanted. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. That could have been awkward. Unemployed, free beds. Free beds? No, it should just be total population. We're just going to do total population. Yeah, let's just do total population. We can make it fancier later. Good catch. Let's just do total population for now. We continue to get stuff done. That one's done. This is almost done. You can see what it compares just above the selection. Yeah, no, you're right. I didn't realize that until I changed this over to total population. We'll do total population is less than 40 for now. We'll churn out these guys. Otherwise, it'll pause them. That'll be fine. Lamp. Just waiting on this now. Alright, we're slowly streamlining stuff, clearing out more things. The infrastructure is being dealt with. We'll have a baby popping out in a second, and we'll delete this breeding pod. We'll let it run its course, yeah. This will be the last. That is the last baby that comes in. No more babies. From now on, we only grow adults. Get the lantern over there now. Decorations. Get a beaver bust. Beaver statue. Put a beaver statue here. Bell. Brings the beginning and end of the workday. Build the bell. Decorative clock. Put a decorative clock. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, it actually does ring at the end of the workday. That's kind of cool. I like that. We get a decorative clock here. The beaver bust. The brazier. Just gonna jam everything in here. This one doesn't quite fit though. All right, we're just gonna go jam those 5 in there. That's fine. That should give us a big boost to happiness. Even though it's not perfect, it'll at least help with all these. A lot happier beavers. Much happier beavers. All right, our power output is, you know, close, but not quite perfect to what we're using. And we're going to be using more and more as we go here. Those 2 online. All right, we need to get potable water collection online. Yeah, so it does drain it, which is a little annoying. So So we're gonna have these not preempt. Don't act, or actually it's even easier, just don't activate early. 17! Alright, we're rocking up. Rocketing. Contamination, we can now get a decontamination chamber online. Quite nice. Let's get 4 decontamination chambers here, just in case. So these guys just need some extract to go and clear. Might be a little expensive to just go ahead and throw down 4 of them, but I'd rather have 4 of them set. Metal blocks, we do need to get metal blocks online. We should probably turn all these on. We need to look at making more power. We're making 50%-ish of the power that we need. Oh no, these actually need power to run? Well, that's not gonna work. Never mind. We need a different spot for those to sit. Decontaminate. Well. I could decontaminate it off of here. Get that done. Let's unpause that too, so we can get the second number cruncher online. I'll use some more bad water. Let's get that going. Alright, so food we now have... Okay, fermented cassava's coming in, but... Alright, we're getting oil. Canola oil is on the way. Which means we can actually make fermented soybeans. We're working on it. 18 happiness now. 19 happiness. Look at that. So much better. So much more efficient. I'm pulling in a lot of water now. Oh, we have a log shortage. Uh-oh. I was a little too slow on the draw there. We need to get log production back online. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. We are churning through them. Unstaffed building. This one. Yeah, that's fine. Circle back around. Up to 19 now. Okay, so population is going to go up to 40. Start of workday. Time to get up. Everyone get to work. The real problem is we just can't collect fast enough. So if I tell you guys to not prioritize anything, you should just go to whatever's closest. And because of that, we should be evenly collecting from all of them, ideally. If there's storage for them. I see. Probably need to get more haulers. Make it a low priority as opposed to a bottom priority for you. Now, we're not really in the build, the big builder need, so we'll leave that paused. No big need for builders. Have any of these come out yet? We're 50% of the way, 64%. Essentially, one full blast of these guys will hit us to the mark. So we should see them all get paused soon. We should all get paused soon. So we have enough gears, we have enough metal parts, and enough planks. Okay, so yeah, we can get the number cruncher online. And then after that, I think we need to build some additional steam guys. Maybe we just have 2. If we did this, and we just had 2 to decontaminate with. What are these steam guys? Can I get 2 steam guys in here? Yeah, because we can get... Ooh, not quite. We can get 1. Because that's to connect somehow. It's not connected here, but it's connected here. We can get those 2. Like so. For some more steam power. We just need to connect them. We just do this. And power over. Actually, what are you doing? What? Hold on a second. We don't have to do it like that. We can. It's just easier. What am I doing? We can just do this. Oh no, we do have to get to the side. That's right. All right, never mind. Okay, never mind. There's method to the madness. We're good. All right, well, so get this set up. We're gonna pause these 2 for now. Let's go and finish building everything else first. But we'll get 2 more of these online. We are gonna be churning through more water though. Go down the little ridge behind the steam engines by 1. Level the path. Oh yeah, if I went and got these 2. That's okay. Oh, or we can do these and scoot them over. And then we can sneak it around. I'm thinking we can go ahead and we can get another one here later. Not quite. Facing stuff. That's okay. We'll do this. It'll be good. Alright, we're really going to struggle on power requirements now. We're at 39% of power requirements on all of our production. But all production numbers are going up, and that's what we care about. All numbers in production are going up. Get extract back online now that we actually are actively using extract. Let me get that going. Go to automation. A little supply automation thing here. Resource counter. You're going to be looking at extract. Threshold of less than or equal to not percent, quantity, thank you. Less than or equal to, how much does this thing hold? 300? Less than or equal to 300. Turn off. Yep. And then you can automate off that. So if we end up hitting full on extract, you can stop. Below the ridge, where the stairs are, turn the engines... Oh, I see. We can... Yeah, you're right. We can scoot these 2 over if we... Yeah, actually, it's like super smart. What was I thinking? You're 100% right. This is just flat out a better way to do it. You're 100% right. This is just flat out a better way to do it. Because you can just do this, and they're connected. If we put a platform here, and we put this back, we can actually scoot them over 1 more. We can have 3 here. Let's go ahead and let's put that platform back. But you're absolutely right. This is a much better way to to organize them. Yeah, because then we can get a 3rd one here. We'll just use 1 decontamination tub. It should be fine. Please pick up all the rubble, everyone. I think connect that way. Even say it's dynamite? Yeah. No, but turning them 180 degrees, genius. That's absolutely 100% the way it should go. Yeah, so then we can have one decontamination pod here for whoever needs it. And we can get another one here when it's time. We just need to add the gear back. Urgent priority build. Nice. All right, these are all paused. We've hit our 40. There it is. One of them is... What? Oh, injured. Okay. Yeah, we've hit... Okay, so this works. The population cap works. So we're going to change this 50. But now our population should sit around 50 at all times going forward. Very nice. All right, this automation is going really nice. Man, the automation they added to this game is just so good. Water storage is pretty much capped now. We're darn near close to max. Exactly what we want. We are going to want to change up a couple things, though, with it, to be honest. We want to go and change up our storage. We do need to get mangroves online. Unfortunately, we can only really grow them here because of the way this is set. How about now? Urgent build. Build that quickly. All right. So we'll see what happens. Does this all change? The drought? Bam! Okay, they all moved. Yeah, up, up, and up. Yeah, everything went full up during a drought. Perfect. So now this is all stored here. We're pulling from the lower aquifer. It's 16 days. We can handle that. We can just pause these. Keep pulling from here. We don't need to. So these guys, we can automate you off of bad weather. We can automate you off of bad weather. Actually, we need the opposite of bad weather. We'll leave them as is for now. But we can go ahead and change those. Okay, so with this, okay, we can at least get mangroves to here. It's better. Mangroves from there. And mangroves from there. And from there. Okay. Should be able to do this now. Get mangroves set up. And we can go ahead and collect the mangrove fruits. That'll be good. What's your favorite bit of automation? I think my favorite bit of automation is the depth sensors and the weather stations. I think were my favorites because they automate the most basic stuff that I'm like constantly doing all the time. The things that I'm like the most constantly working with is like these floodgates. So having depth sensors for the fill valves so that we can have upper reservoirs or aqueducts or whatever and have that be fully controlled is really, really nice. And then having the weather stations so that then we don't have to keep messing with the floodgates all the time is also really, really nice. Go clear all that. Got plenty of water right now. So we can actually go and break this down. Let the water flood out here a little bit, which is fine. There's a little more storage. We'll go and we'll pick up all these parts and pieces down below. More space for us to start planting. So we can look at doing more planting. I do want to move these, I think. Not sure exactly how I want to move them yet, but we're probably going to need to move them. You're going to be prioritizing mangroves. Because we'll be doing it less often anyway. But what I need to do is I need to get another forester set up somewhere around here so we can do mangroves in this space, and we can get our chestnuts and our maple syrup. That's what we need to get done. We need to get those going. Well, you have an embarrassingly small amount of automation in your colony, just a contamination sensor on your water source. You really need to look into this stuff. It's amazing. I mean, example over here, we have a water seep. How we set this one up is essentially, we've got a fill valve and a contamination sensor. If the contamination sensor senses anything less than 1%, so 0 contamination, the fill valve is open all the way and spills all water through. If there's any contamination, it's off. And we just have that fall into this big reservoir space. And so I literally just don't have to pay attention to it. We just always have this upper reservoir. It's just always here. And then we have this guy who's on a depth sensor, which is this sensor right down here, to figure out what the height of the general oasis space is, in which if it is a height of less than or equal to less than or equal to 0.75, turn on and throw a little water in here. And it's throwing only 0.1 meters at a time is its target, just to ensure it doesn't get too crazy. I can't get those thorns, but I want to get those thorns. So we're going to actually delete this. Put a path here, and that should now be within range. And then we'll delete this and put the put the lumberjack back in. Okay. Those can be paused. Those are now paused. We're now only pulling from here. That's fine. Urgent. Get it done. Yeah, now we're down to pretty much only growing in water down here. Pretty much only growing in water. That's exactly what we wanted to do. Number crunching hard, but we're moving very, very slowly right now because we don't have any of the other steam engines online. So let's unpause the builds for these two. Logs, check. Gears, check. Metal parts, enough for one. So we'll pause this one. Get this one done. We need to get more metal gears going. Ooh, the problem is because we don't have any scrap metal. Scrap metal is our biggest issue. And the best way for us to deal with that is going to be tubes. So let's figure this out. All right, so tube stations, 300% increased movement speed. Wow, that's actually better than the zip lines. That's great. Tubeway, a fast, if cramped means of beaver transportation, movement is 300%, and vertical tubeway. Next, upwards. Okay. So let's just put our tubeway here. Oh my goodness, I got startled by that. I forgot we had the bell. Where's the in and out of the tubeway here? Oh my goodness, look at all the tubeways. Okay, so we actually need this in a more open space, I guess. Do we? We don't really need to. For testing purposes, we're gonna do this for testing purposes. This is just gonna be a one direction tubeway, to and back. So we build a vertical tubeway. Man, it takes a lot of metal to do this. This is a lot more expensive than the zip lines. This is way more expensive than the zip lines. We're gonna hold off on that. That's gonna be for like permanent transport, not this temporary stuff. That stuff's expensive. Holy moly. Jeez. Well, so let's just continue to stockpile a bit more here. Now we have 4 beavers with nothing to do. Well, you know what? You're in luck. I got work for you. Get this built. Get going. And the thing we really care about is we want to get this going over here. Looks like bad tide comes up from down here, and that's fine. So we want to get this going. $4,000 science. Okay, we're ways off from that. So instead of going all the way to a spot, we just make it go halfway. They walk the rest of the half. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Is we'll make like short jaunts. But for now, we're just have these guys do it. It's fine. They can do this. We'll have to run back and forth for a bit, but it's okay. Yeah, I think I want to go ahead and get this one. Might be the best spot for us. But we're gonna have to wait a little bit. We need a lot more research. These guys are running at 37%. We can now unpause this, as eventually we'll get the spare parts for it. We'll pause this one. We only want to do one at a time. We're going to require more lumber and more water as we do this, though. We are going to have to keep in mind we need more water storage. Might need to get a little more crazy on how much we store and where we store it. Since these are the main ones, these should always be pumping. We're going to drop this. I think everything's automated, so we don't actually need to worry about this anymore. I guess that's still useful if there's like a accidental flood, but we're going to drop this. We're going to demolish these 3. Little levee here. Urgently demolish these. Give me a path across. And then we'll go ahead and get it so that we can go across here. So. They'll shorten the distance. Because right now, they'd have to go all the way down, up and over. But now they can just run across. So that'll make it faster. It'll be easier for them. And then what that means is I kind of want to have all of our water storage over here going forward. And I also want a lot more water storage. So let's go ahead and let's get some more water storage here. Close this for a second. We can get a lot of water in here. Pause this for a second. And get rid of this one. So instead of going all the way to a spot, just make it go halfway. Yeah, I'm sorry, that was what you read earlier. Can you just put them on platforms above the oasis? We can. The thing is, I do want to get mangroves in here so we can get the mangrove fruits. So we need that to make people happy. So we need to go and grow. So that's the other reason why having this over here is going to be nice. Is if we get a forester, because he's got this zone covered. If we can get a forester that's like over here, right? You can see he can grab all this because of this stair here. And then this stair here gets him down further. I'm thinking if we maybe like put a raised platform here, we get stairs up and down. Maybe we can get it figured out. but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. We'll go and we'll rearrange some of this stuff soon. I mean, realistically, we might not need this levee anymore. Might be able to get rid of this levee. And we can just change it into platforms so we can hold more water. So we'll have to see. We still need a guy to do berry collecting. So let's go ahead and demolish this. 1 berry. Oh, it's nighttime. Bummer, gotta wait until morning when they get back to work. Gonna finish pulling this berry out. Then we'll put a gather flag here. And then we can get them to start. There we go. Job is an above average job. Prioritize berries. Now we'll get those worked on. We'll get big old storage. Alright, so now we've got plenty of cassava, plenty of soybeans, plenty of canola seeds, and a decent amount of oil. So right now it's the processing is the main problem. And so the problem is we just don't have enough power to keep up. It's mostly because these bad boys here are just really sucking up the power. So if we pause those two, we're producing enough. We're just going to pause these two, at least for the moment, until the drought's done. Then this guy can start running and we can do a little better. Our population is capped now at 50, which is really nice, just having it where it's like, oh, 50, done. Can help with building. I think we need we might want to get some more farmers, though. I need some more farmers. Yeah, the metal blocks is going to be our biggest bottleneck, I think. I have enough for at least 2 of these for water. That's nice. Yeah, this will give us massive storage. It's going to be an extra 3,600 between these 3 tanks. We might end up moving the tanks later, but for now this is fine. It's just the berry guy can get all the way over here, and we can just use we can put another platform down when we're ready. We can always put down more platforms. We can always fix what we break, right? Always fix what's broken. We got the beaver power. It can be done. But I want to get more storage here because, again, we're dealing with like low 20s. We haven't had a 30-day drought or bad tide yet. I'm not sure we can withstand a 30-day drought or bad tide yet. The amount of water we're storing, we might be fine, but food is the thing that concerns me. So I want to make sure that we always have space in the reservoir here. So that is the goal. It would be nice if there was another way for us to up this thing's output. So we can store more, like even more than's already being stored in here. It'd be nice to be able to do, but I don't know how we can get that done. What we could do, what might be an interesting thing we could do, is we could actually look at using a deep mechanical fluid pump to pull water from this reservoir and dump it up here when there's extra. So, because right now, what ends up happening is this area fills, and then we let it through here at 0.8. If we had some mechanical pumps that were also pulling excess and just dumping it up here, that could be useful too. We have to figure out how we'd want to design that setup and make sure it's actually getting powered. We can't just rely on, like, you know, windmills and gravity batteries, which are some of my favorite things about the folktales. It's just kind of a set and forget build. But it's definitely something we could do. Right? Like, we could get that going. If we did a... We did like a pump here. So if we did like triple levy plus the pump, because then the pump would be allowed to go here, right? But instead we like raise this up even more. So if we did a levy here, a levy here, and a levy here. So we go up 3. We go up like 3 on this thing, and then Iron Teeth has their own set of forget power source. It's just a lot more troublesome. It's true. The steam power is still really good. Don't get me wrong. The steam power is still really good. So then we can go and then we can do platforms, right? So we do platforms. Then we use 2 high platforms. Like so. With levees here. And an impermeable floor. Like so. Right? And all we have to do is pause this one. And do staircase here, platform there, staircase here, walkway. And then I'm actually kind of I'm more or less convinced I want to do this. This seems like a good idea. Then we can do this. Right? So now he can pump excess water from below here, which will then get shunted through here. No steam power, bad water discharge. Oh yeah, the bad water discharge is really good. I'm gonna open bad water flows even when drought. Like, it's crazy. You just forever bad water. Yeah, we pause this guy. So let's do this. This seems like a worthy project. Because this will increase the length of time we can deal with droughts by pulling extra water up. The hardest part here is going to be getting power to it. I'm not 100% sure how we're going to get power to it yet. I mean, we can bring power in this way. We could crank some power all the way around. Is that the pump right way around? Yeah, it pulls from below and it drops up above. This is this is where it pulls from. We want it to pull from our main reservoir. So during good tides like this, when water is flowing, what ends up happening is it'll push the water up. Man, we got some bad water down there? What's this all about? Yeah, so I guess we do have to deal with the bad tide water if we go from bad tide to good. That's not really ideal, is it? Oh, it's refilling this reservoir down here. Oh no, the bad tide's just from that. Okay, I see. So it was a drought. Yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't happen. Okay, yeah. So essentially what ends up happening here is this is filling, and then it'll spill through here, and then once it's too full, it spills back down on the opposite side here. Will it just cause a forever loop of pump sucking water, the floodgate letting water run when the pump's out again? No, what we'll do is we'll turn this guy off. We'll have him automated to turn off. And this depth sensor is what we can use. Right? Because when the water level is below 0.75, this guy is dumping in. We can have this guy be when it's over 0.8, or when it's equal to 0.8 or greater, turn this on. It should work. I think it'll work. I'm hoping it'll work. Yeah, so now it's flooding in here. It's filling in. That's filled the aquifer below. Because I just want to see if we can just all this extra water. Because we have all this water now overflowing down here. Why is it overflowing though? It shouldn't be overflowing this way. That's not right. It shouldn't be flowing this way. Weird. Oh. Yeah, no, 100% right. I got rid of the water. Yeah, it explains. Okay, yep. Thank you. Short-sighted over here. Oh, we just need a platform. My bad. Yeah. No, yep, that'll do it. Platform, not levee. All right, cool. So yeah, so now it goes properly all the way around, and so it flows up here and then goes down through here, and then it goes all the way around and fills this up. We can try and bring this up to 0.85. 0.9. I think there are going to be some problems if we try and do 0.9, but we'll see what happens. We'll give it a minute. Turn these pumps on. But yeah, so it now floods in here, and now we're sitting at 0.91, which means that this guy's not going to output any, because he's waiting until it's at 0.75 or lower, which means this is filling. But we can then have this pump here. Whenever we hit this point, he can then run power through, right? And then he can go ahead and pull only water. We'll automate him off of depth sensor 1. I know you need the opposite of depth sensor 1, so we'll have him not automated at the moment. It's fine. It's not useful right now. We're gonna hit another drought, so it's fine. But if we can get this going prior to the end of this drought, it'll be pretty cool. It'll just store a little more water. Again, I'm really worried when we hit 30-day droughts. We're not prepared to do 30 days. 30 days is just too much for us right now. Oh, I hate that when that happens. Because it's a double digit, it moves it. It just automatically does that. Let's bring that down by 2, so we're fully worked. I would like to get more water storage. More water, more water, more water. Got all the water in here. Something else we'll do, at least for now. Ooh. At least for the moment. Actually, what am I doing? We don't need to do that. We can just put stairs here. Easy. We just put some stairs here. And connect. And that way they can get across here faster too. A little faster travel. There shouldn't be bad water in here anymore, so it's fine. Before that would have been a problem because, you know, contamination and the like, but it should be easy peasy now. No issues. Yeah, I would very much like to get more water stored. Thank you. I'm half tempted to get even more of these guys set up. By half tempted, I mean we're going to go and set up more. And then... I need another relay. No, we don't need a relay. Yeah, we need a relay because I don't have another weather sensor. Relays are cheap. But not is only for one of them. And or mastery. Never mind. We don't want a relay. We need one more weather station. So we have the bad tide weather station, the drought weather station. And I need this to be the good weather station. This will be the good weather station. And then these guys, we should automate off of good weather station. Treated planks, we got enough. Gears, we got enough. So we just need to get over here and build it. And above average construction. And this way, now whenever it's temperate weather and we have plenty of water, we should just pull it all. You hit cancel on renaming good weather station. Did I? I'm a dingus. Thank you. Good weather. Yes. All right. Thanks for catching that. Totally whipped it. All right. Perfect. So we're not going to get much use out of it this round. But what's going to be nice about it is in the future, whenever we hit good weather, we'll have 4 pumps pop on. We don't have the super hyper efficient pumps. And then so that way we can start trying to just stockpile this as fast as we can. We're probably going to do, depending, 19 days, we're fine. 19 days is a fine amount. So these will be paused. We'll go ahead and build them anyway. We can still run all 4 of these pumps until these guys don't have anything below them. And then we'll go ahead and we'll stop it. Manually tell them to stop. I mean, we could also just live with it because we have enough beavers. One spare beaver. Makes sense because some of these things are paused. Okay. We're going to unpause these. It does mean that we're going to be running slow. But, unable to get all required resources. What? Oh, we have no logs? Makes sense. I removed the other lumberjack flag that I absolutely desperately needed to put back down. That's okay. If we can go ahead and speed this up a bit. Let's put these 3 here. They'll go and gnaw out these that we haven't gotten to in a long time. We've all died from contamination. Get those cleared. Make sure that these are not eaten. Ooh. Not gnaw on any of the mangroves. Thank you. We'll get a berry harvester in here in a minute. But all of these are set to be gnawed on. Perfect. Okay. All right, cool. We'll get lumber in a second. Yeah, we're completely out of planks. To be expected. Got a little distracted. Don't have the generators working because we don't have the logs. That's okay. We'll have that up and running in a minute here. What would be good is for us to go and swap over to the oaks. We should get oak trees going soon, because that'll probably just be better for us. Also, what we might end up doing is I might end up resetting this to where it's not on ground, but instead we just put a whole bunch of platforms down. These guys working on platforms. Probably the smarter route. We could do a cute star pattern with these, couldn't we? Wouldn't it be like 1, 2, 3, and then like 4? Maybe. Maybe we can do a cute little pattern. It's not urgent right now. It's fine. It's fine. Even this is. All right, so what are we short on? What are we struggling here? We need more shrub. We need more lantern. We need more roof. Okay. We need more campfire. We need more terrace. That does make sense. There's not enough space for that. And we do need more wet fur. So I think the first thing is we'll get back down to 16-hour days so they have more time to do more fun, right? And then at least for the moment, let's get 2 more campfires down. And then we can go ahead and... Bing, bing, bing. Work time is done. Time to socialize. Get more rooftop terraces here. Get 2 more rooftop terraces. We're up to 20 now. Now we've got more action here. And with us coming up here to go to the terraces, we really should get more lantern. We also need more shrub. More shrub is required. Yeah, we can give him more shrub here, and we can give him more lantern here, too. So we have 1 lantern for these. We can get those built, too. Get that done. We can also do more lantern here and more shrub here. We can build from below, and that'll at least hit this building. So everyone in that building will also get lantern and shrub when they sleep. That'll be good. Well-being, what do we have here? We've got scratcher machines. Machine scratches those hard-to-reach itches. So it'll be like, we want a shrubbery. It is indeed, we do. We require a shrubbery. Ding, ding, ding. Back to work. Yeah, we can put scratchers down. Let's just get a full line of scratchers here. These things don't require power, so that's fine. The swimming pool. Swimming pool. Bed. I'll be off to bed. We'll sleep well. Pool in wet fur. Wet fur, okay. Well, thanks for hanging out. See you around. We'll be playing more of this tomorrow. We'll see you then. Take care, Tigress. We'll get a pool over here. Get a pool built. Actually, does this mean that this ladder doesn't work anymore? Yeah, it does. Oh, we need a new ladder. Actually, it's fine. We got the ladder down here. Yeah, that's fine. That works. How's it going, Permacus? How are you doing today? Yeah, you bought Timberborn for your father? He's addicted? He's addicted to it now? Awesome. It's such a good game. It really is such a good game. How'd you get the username, by the way? Is there a story behind it? Not really much of a story. Mostly it was one of those things where, just an example. You know when you're trying to figure out a good name, and it's really, really hard to figure out what you're going to write down? So what you do is you just kind of like mash the keyboard with a bunch of stuff, and then you start just kind of deleting things until, you know, it starts to look decent. Right? And then bam, you got a name. Done. It was kind of doing that. Not an amazing story. Unfortunately. But I came up with the name. I liked it. Used it for a bit. And then tried to make a, like, you know, for the second username account, and it was already taken. So I made this name, which was a derivative of it. That's how we got to it. But unfortunately, there isn't like a cool, super amazing story behind how I got my name. Bernie Bears, there's a great one behind yours. Do you have a cool story to tell? Alright, so we got all these scratchers here. They're all being used. We like to see. Yeah. Yeah. Right, cool. So we got the scratchers going. What else? Schools online. Exercise plaza. Is this just like a place for exercise? Looks like it is. Don't require any power or anything. Oh, the detailer. Yeah, we gotta get detailers online. Hold on. Detailers are important. We do need these. Yeah, I'm running out of space to jam these suckers in. We can put a detailer here. Bam. A detailer. People can start getting some fiery tails. That's what we want to see. Rock that tail. We can get a second one over here. 2 detailers should be enough for the team. It should be enough for everyone. All right, food. We are capped on food, actually. We're crushing it on food. I thought we were going to struggle on food. We're fine, actually. We got all the things that we're actively making. So the fermented soybeans, fermented cassavas, and the kohlrabies is the berries. We're set. We got no food problems. This is good. All right, we're getting happier and happier. We can get some baths too. But the exercise plaza, I guess we can just like jam this here, yeah? For now. We can always move it later, but require some metal parts. Planks and some logs. Easy. Well, the planks are the hard part. The rest is pretty easy. Get that going. Not a cool story either, no? Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, I feel like most people's usernames, they start off with just kind of like something you threw together. And then, like, over time, like over the years, like you might change it or rearrange it a little bit here and there. Right? Just went with your real first name means bear. You like the alliteration. Yeah, nice. It's a Bernie Bear. It's a good one. Helps that you also like bears. Perfect. Oh yeah, so you just went ahead and used just generic it's you and what you like. There's nothing wrong with that. At least it's consistent. And the best part is no one else took your name, right? That's the big one. You should get to have it. All right, so we got 11 days left on this. We can circle back to this project now. We don't want to do that yet. We can finish building this now. And the main thing is just power. How are we going to power this bad boy? I don't know. I have to figure that one out. We can snake power lines up if we want. Let's clean up this disaster. Now that all these stumps can go. There we go. So we can bring power up and over here, or we can bring power from below. Can't quite access it from here. It would be nice. I mean, we could just delete something real quick. Do a quick job and then get it done. Wait, maybe we can just tie into one of these. Yeah, what if we just like tied into this one? Because we can build from below here, right? Should be within range. So if I built a power shaft, a vertical power shaft, and we pause this because the vertical one needs to be done first. Then the regular power shaft. Not too sure how we would get to these. I don't think this is going to work. There's no easy way for us to get here. We're probably better off just building it from above. And then hooking in here. Because if we used... these verticals here, then we can better do it. Do the steam plants need someone to work on them, or is it automatic? It's automatic, but we do need to refill them. And I don't want us to have to run really far away to refill them if we can help it. You know? Like, ideally, it's not it doesn't require that much hands-on work. But otherwise, we can go here and put a steam plant here. Actually, it won't require that much work because we can have it automated. You know what? We can have this one automated with this one, so they both turn on only when needed. Actually, why am I going this way? We can go this way. Hold on a second. Vertical power shaft. We can go here. And then we can build the guy there. Right? And we can just connect from here. Like so. We'll pause this. We'll let time go. We'll see if they can't reach any of this. Can't be reached by district. You should be able to reach that from here once this is done. High priority build. Yeah, if we can get this going and then get this logic gated in so that they work together, then we only have this one needing to be refilled every now and then because it has like 50 hours of total use? Yeah, it looks like it's about 50 hours from full charge. So, you know, 4 days. That's most of the time that the good weather is active. I just want to get this done before the good weather starts. We are at 25 happiness, though. We are 50% of the way there. Full happiness, I think, is 50. Is that right? Man, we just did this the other day, and I can't remember. You can put a water barrel by the new steam engine, too. True, we could, to bring that down. True, that is also an option. Yeah, so there's no way to get to this one, so I thought. All right. So we delete you for a moment. We do this. Urgently build this. Oh, sorry. Bad math. For some reason I was thinking 12 hours of work. That's right. This is going to be doing whatever it wants, whenever it wants. It'll be 2 days. Sorry, Bernie. Good catch. Bad math. I was thinking just like 12 hours. 12-hour shifts. But no. No, it's 24. Yeah, so the pool should be open most of the time. I'm pouring that water in. I'm tempted to have it pour more when that happens. Okay, so now we can reach these. We're gonna urgent this tower. Urgent this. And then how do we want to automate this? So we want this on when the sensor is opposite of what the sensor says. We want it on when this sensor is off. But at a different height. We can just make a new sensor. Let's just make a new depth sensor here. Actually, you know what? Can we put it here? No, we can put it there. Alright, well, being at 26. You know math is hard, but come on, I know, right? Listen, it's 2 in the morning over here. We're 5 hours into streaming. I should have stopped an hour ago. Shh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, so when we were at 80, what is our flow over height at? 90. So if we are at 85, we are at greater than or equal to 85, turn on. You will be automated to this. And you'll be automated to this. That's plugged in. That's plugged in. Cool. Power shaft over. Don't do that. We can go ahead and unpause that. And with that, it should be just done. This should just work. And so the goal is to start pulling excess water back over. It's not going to be able to run at full speed. I think this thing needs like 700 to go full speed. Is that right? Yeah, 700 horsepower for full speed. So what we can do is we can actually get a gravity battery over here too. We can put a gravity battery here to help. We can build diagonally, so that's fine. The gravity battery won't be charged, though. If these both only go on at the same time, it won't get charged. I need to get it charged. Let's see. Not a chronometer. Chronometer. We can use a timer. A timer might work. Here we go. Delay, pulse, oscillate. Yeah, delay. Sensor 2, hours. Delay, pulse. Random. What? Randomize state every 1 tick while A is on. That's crazy. Okay, don't build this yet. Build this first. How would we do this? When you go to automated on the pump, there's a blue button next to it. Isn't that inverted? No, it brings you to what the what it's attached to. Good question, though. Good question. Okay, so accumulator. On if A is on for a total of at least T1. Yeah, I think accumulator is what we need. Use 0.5. And then we have you on timer. I think this works. Means you can automate these too. Jeez. You can automate everything. It's amazing. But I think this will work. Because now what will end up happening is this will be given a signal to turn on and start pumping water. It'll start pulling water, and it'll need this to be turned on. This will be turned on because timer is going to be turned on from here. Depth sensor will turn on for at least time variable 1, which is half an hour, and resets when you're off? Ooh, that I don't know. None? It's optional. Don't reset. Okay, I think that'll work. Okay. Let's get that done. We'll find out in 2.5 days here. Well, 3 days, because we need a little time for the lower reservoir, the aquifer to refill. But this should give us additional length of time that we have water. That's what we need. We need the extra water. We are not keeping up with the demands here. Power demands are high, but we're doing okay. Actually knock back even more time here. Everything's fine. We're just slowly accumulating. Ooh. Well, vacancies. It's bottom priority. 4, 3, 6. So I guess it's these. These are low priority, not bottom priority. We currently have none. 2 and 3, okay. Yeah, it's our builders and haulers that we want on the low end. Otherwise, we won't have any metal, and that's no good. We got to have metal. And again, we need to start looking at grabbing this. We almost have the knowledge for it. I keep spending all of our knowledge. We need 300 treated planks. We're close on that. We need 450 gears. Not even close. We need... Wow, okay. We're actually pretty low on all of them. But we can get this set, and then... So this is logs, gears, treated planks. Planks, gears, metal. Planks, metal. So yeah, tube ways don't actually use the same direct material. That's good. Indirect, but not direct at least. Okay, I really want to see this thing work. I'm excited to see this thing turn on and run. I want to see us start to stockpile additional water. And then what we can do is we can actually go and make this even higher. If it ends up allowing us to stockpile more than where we have been, which is about this height, we go up higher. I doubt we will be able to, but if we can then go ahead and remove this and get this even higher. We can even blockade this whole thing. Oh, geez, what happened? We can blockade this whole thing. There's not much reason to do that, though, because it'll just fill up to here, and then it'll just overflow. There's no real use there. Yeah, we'll find out in a minute. So I'm hoping the automation works, and I'm hoping the plan works. If not, we just delete it all, and we get the material back, and we go get the mines online. But I'm hoping this will work. Also, all of these pumps should turn on in a second. Bam! Alright, pumps on. So we should be collecting water like crazy. Which is actually going to get in the way of this setup. Definitely going to get in the way of this setup. Because of all the water we're going to be collecting. Okay, so this is back up to 0.9. This is completely blocked off. And this is sitting at 0.7. And then you're sitting at 0.75. Because, yeah, it'll overflow. Perfect. Didn't you set it if the depth sensor is on for 0.5 hours and the pump and the generator turn on? No, I have it set that the moment this turns on, this turns on. So the moment we end up hitting a height of 0.85, this guy turns on. And if this depth sensor turns on, the timer will turn on for a minimum of half an hour. So I'm hoping to have this run a little bit more than this to try and keep the battery full. That's the thought. We'll see how this works. This might not work. The timer thing might not work at all. We shall find out. Also, by the way, probably should go ahead and get the string gauge back. Put that back in there. Okay. We're still pulling water from below. It's only now starting to fill in. With how much we're pulling out, I don't know if it's going to happen. Because we're pulling out a lot of water. No, it is filling up. Okay. So this sensor here, we're just waiting for this guy. There we go. It hit. There. Oh, this bad boy needs material. Well, it's not going to work if we can't turn it on, but check this out. We're pulling extra water up now. Now, here's the real question. Okay, so we are still spilling excess water over. I was wondering if we're going to be able to pump this hard enough to be able to pull all. We're doing 100% pull. Bring it down to 2.8. It'll run a little more. Okay, so we're running at 0.8. So we're just all on right now. Can someone come up here and supply this bad boy? Anyone? Anyone want to supply this? We're pulling a lot of water, so that's good. Any excess water we can is great, but the steam engine is not much gonna happen here. This is kind of why I wanted to plug it into the main system. We still can. We got the setup to here. We still could. We're only gonna get the gravity battery worth. All right, here we go. Here comes water. Or lumber. Okay, logs. I just need some water, guys. Positive builders. Get everyone on haulers. Come on. Here we go. Didn't have enough haulers. Okay, now it's on. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to charge up this battery at all. It's just not going to happen. But hey, we can at least get this running. We can keep pulling water. We keep pulling excess water. So again, water is overflowing, and we keep pulling. We're up a reservoir. So essentially what we're doing is the same thing you see at like hydroelectric dams. Excess power, no need for water downstream, pull water up, restock. Perfect. Happiness at 27, nice. What are we looking at here? Wood fur is not quite enough. We need to get the food going, so we can circle back to food in a bit here. Detailer's being worked on, scratchers. There should be enough scratchers for everyone. We'll go back and move that up here. These can get going soon. Not enough roofs, really. Then awe is needed. So food's the big one. We definitely still need to get on top of food. Wait, do they not need chestnuts? They don't use maple syrup either. They're just trees we can plant, but they don't need. Okay. Well, that saves us some time. Huh. Do you have the earth digger yet? No, we need to do that, though. Definitely need to get the earth digger at some point. Yes, we just need the mangroves. Let's go ahead and put up a platform here. If we put a platform here, is this within range? Yeah, it is. It's within range to get everything. Actually, like, almost literally everything. That's crazy. And we're putting it over a path, so it's not taking up space so we could have trees. There we go. Get some more food in here. Just keep running this. Just keep filling it. More water, more water. And this might be useful, this might not. I don't know. I'm not sure. The steam engine even uses some water, so I'm not sure if this is helping or not, but it's a thing. It's a thing. You put a water wheel there so that... Oh, that would be interesting if you could use water wheel to generate its own power. That's a great question. I can't with this here. I can't see what it would be. But I'm sure there would be some amount of power. You're right. That would be pretty interesting, though. We could just generate our own power infinitely. But yeah, it definitely won't generate enough power, I don't think, for it to be a perpetual motion device. But it's a cool thought. And the mangrove fruits. We need to get a bigger storage for mangrove fruits. We can at least put a tiny storage here for mangrove fruits for now. Oh, that's not it. We can put a tiny storage here for mangrove fruits. It'll help a bit. All right, so we're at 26-day drought. This is specifically why I was worrying about this. Oh, yeah, so we're pulling from below. We're pulling from below. These guys can keep going as they are. Everything else is set. We are still over that threshold, so it's still pushing stuff up here, and that's fine. Let's see if this works properly. And this will actually give us the opportunity to see how this timer works. So once we hit below here, we still have enough. Okay, so it's pausing out. So it's paused out. The timer then goes, allowing for a little bit of recharge. At 400 horsepower. No. I think the reset's required. Reset the circuit. I think it does need a reset. My bad. If that's the case, this thing's gonna need like... It's gonna need like 5 hours. We have a 5-hour timer there. Alright, so we have more water stored this time. We still don't have as much volume stored as I'd like. I still really want to get more water volume. But we'll see how that goes. Okay, so that is turning this thing on a little bit, so I don't like that. So we're going to knock it down a little bit more. A little less water gets added. Yeah, so it's a slower drip to try and keep this thing off. Okay. Slower water drip just to try and keep it off. There we go. Nice. Alright, so that's holding strong. Happiness is pretty good. Food is fine. Water is the only thing I'm worried about. Oh, you can turn off the sound, playing the sound. I think it will. We've heard it enough. It's fine. If we were on slower speeds, it'd be kind of fun, but we're doing it all the time. We don't need any more explosives. We're slowly stockpiling everything. We have enough research, so the counters have stopped. Which means, how are we doing on power? We're actually on track for power. Nice. We're still making extract, yeah? Yeah. So we can store an extra 20 in here. Include inputs, sorry. Okay, include inputs. That includes all these things that are sitting in here. Not to go too crazy. Leave it there. We should do a storage one for you as well. Resource counter. Extract counter. This is going to be a bad water counter. This is going to follow bad water. Again, it's 300 in units. Include input. Greater than or equal to you. So it turns that off so they can go do something else. Nice. So you're now relying mostly on steam engines rather than the water wheel for power? Only during droughts. During drought, we need steam power. During temperate weather and during bad tides, this guy's able to get us power. However, you're right, we should go and take a look at increasing this. Well, you need to go to bed. Have a good rest of the stream, Zelda. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Take care, Rude. We'll see you tomorrow as we play even more. Still got more to do. Same thing over here with the... Oh, yeah, we can also... We can also knock that all the way down. We're going to collect from this pile. Also automation. This guy's going to be our oil counter. Same thing. You pay attention to the oil counter so that when we have enough oil, you can go do something else. This way we have beavers actually actively working on other things. Just saves ourselves beaver man hours. We probably should just have a resource logistics hub somewhere, and we probably will at some point, just, you know, set them all up. Kind of like how we have this little section here. Something like that. But for now, it's fine. We can kind of leave them next to what we're pulling from. Nice. This is going well. So I think the next big thing we go and focus on, we'll see what ends up happening with the water. Because again, this is a, what, 20... Was this a 26-day drought? It's a long one. So we'll see what ends up happening here with our water amount. And we've pulled a little extra water, so we should get a little bit more. But I think next is us jumping over to doing metal, because we are dangerously close on not getting enough metal here. We're very close to not having metal, so we need to go and start working on metal next. That's going to be the next big one we're going to do. But I think for now, we can go ahead and call it here. Go ahead and override that save and end it here. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Yeah, no, I need to get going to bed. It is almost 2:30 in the morning over here. I need to get some sleep. So that way I've got energy to tackle the day and then spin back around and play some more Timberborn in, what, 18 and a half hours or so? 18 and a half, 9 hours from now? Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, evening, or night, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you all tomorrow as we come right back to play some more fun and games with this crazy Timberborn map. We're getting close. We just need to focus on a little more sustainability, a little more water storage works, and then happiness and wonders. So 2 streams till we probably have this colony done, and we move on to whatever's next. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.